Hello. Okay. Hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the next day. We had a great event yesterday at the CER, Centro Estatal de las Artes in Tijuana, as the first session of Converging Horizons, a work that we have started as TAAE. But before I go and explain a little bit more on other aspects, I wanna introduce you to Tania Hernandez, who is director of the architecture program and who has been one of the founders of the Association of TAAE. She will explain a little bit of what we are.
Thank you, Marcel. I'm going to do the introduction in Spanish because we have a lot of audience from Tijuana. So, TAAE, Transborder Association Architecture Education, it's an association that, bueno, ya me voy a brincar al español. ATEA en español, Asociación Transfronteriza de Educación Arquitectónica, lo que intenta hacer es revisar un poco y valorar cómo es la formación de arquitectura a través del tiempo en esta región tan particular en la que nos encontramos, ¿no? Desde el pasado, presente y futuro, hacia dónde vamos. Los paneles que hemos de alguna manera diseñado para los estudiantes el día de hoy y desde ayer en el Converging Horizons buscan revisar esta parte de formativa de la arquitectura y hacia dónde podemos promover también como docentes y como estudiantes la práctica arquitectónica en esta región tan particular. Este es solo uno de los resultados que tenemos por ahora. Hemos tenido diferentes talleres, también pláticas y otras actividades en conjunto entre las 9 universidades que conforman esta asociación, que son del lado de Tijuana, Ibero, Escuela Libre de Arquitectura, Universidad Xochicalco, Instituto Tecnológico de Tijuana y UABC. Muchísimas gracias por su presencia. Sabemos que es un esfuerzo estar de este lado. Y del lado de San Diego está USD, San Diego State University, Southwestern College, Mesa College y New School of Architecture and Design. ¿Me falta alguna?
No, I think Southwestern, right? Yeah.
Ha sido un reto, ha sido muy gratificante, ha sido todo un proceso. Hemos hecho diferentes prácticas que han tenido buenos resultados, algunos gestos modestos, algunos ya con miras a proyectos a futuro. Y este es simplemente como una base que queremos como un poco revisitar hasta dónde hemos llegado en este momento y qué sigue en el futuro, ¿no? Entonces, dejo a Marcel para que haga la parte en inglés.
I'm going to make it a little bit short. So, yeah, TAAE is a Transworld Association of Architecture Education. And I want to say a little bit about why it happened and what started it. And then we know that we have schools of architecture in San Diego, like, right, that we had a school, Woodbridge University. There was a very important school in our context, and unfortunately closed its doors this summer. And I think it was a big void in our context. And I think that we really missed that voice that Woodbridge had. I know, and we have persons like Ted Smith here, who was crucial in developing the real estate development, Catherine Herbst, who was really important in the development of the school, Hector Perez, who was also part of the school, and many of us who made that university our home for many years. It was really our home. And it's unfortunate because that moment really sparked, what are we doing? What are we teaching? What are we going? What are the realities that we are in this context, and where we need to rethink the type of education that we need to do? So in one day, talking to Jose and I said, yeah, we should do something. And we got together, Megan, Jose, and me, and they said, let's bring everybody together. Let's bring the schools of architecture in Tijuana. Let's bring the schools of architecture in San Diego. And then we started kind of coming together, talking about the different ideas that we can produce. So in that regard, the first thing we started saying is to know each other, to get to know each other. In the first event that we created a year and a half ago, it was an event of visiting every school that we have in the context and learning more about each other. From there, what we created is a series of events, and one of the events was the Civic Center, which was the first one, and we created a one-day charrette. And bringing together all the schools was an amazing moment to see how to work together. The second event, it was Reimagining the Border Region, and in that context, it was in Tijuana. And in this moment, it was interesting to see all the projects that are developed along the border, but not captured in one single vision or not captured in one element. All are scattered, all diverse, but not seen through a cohesive project. The next one was the pavilion, the Unity through Design, where we collaborated every school in developing proposals for a pavilion. The pavilion was more the excuse than the outcome or the really essence of what we wanted to do. What we really wanted to understand is how do we teach? How everybody's process of teaching and learning even a little bit deeper how every school teaches his students. And it was really revealing. It was really revealing because we really had a great conversations of methodology, processes, and ways of approaching architecture. The last one is this. And this one is not the last, but it's the beginning, I think, of the next process, where we are coming together once again, but reflecting what we did and reflecting of the past, present, and future of architecture and what we can think about in this series of talks and different panels that we're going to have today, that we reflect and maybe very difficult questions, hopefully, right? There's going to be revealing, hopefully, realities of what we're doing, but in a way, opening new possibilities of where we can go. So I really like to thank all my colleagues, of course, Tania, Roberto, right? Megan, Tadeo, who was fundamental in the beginning, Sue Helen, right? Pancho, right? Blas, Kobe. I know there's many people. Am I missing everybody here? Because this is not an individual project. This is a collaborative project. This is a project that is every part, right? All schools are participating. Thank you for each and every one of you who has participated in this event and who has participated in creating this. I'm so grateful. For me, has been a great experience. Thank you so much, and I'm going to now introduce you to Megan Groth. She's going to be in the next panel. And Megan, she was faculty. I'm just going to say faculty of Woodbury also. And now we stole her. She's now in University of San Diego. So we're grateful to have Megan. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for being here today. So welcome to the first panel of the second day of the Converging Horizons Symposium. This is the panel Border as Practice, which is where we'll explore the nexus between architectural education and the evolving role of architectural practice in the border region. So we'll explore how designers, architects, and planners address border-specific challenges through design and planning strategies. So we are so fortunate to be joined by 4 impressive young practices from both sides of the border. And how we're going to run it today is we're going to start, and we've asked them to give lightning round presentations, 10 minutes each, just to introduce all of you to their work, design philosophy, and design process a little bit. And that's mostly so that if you are not familiar with their work, you'll now become familiar with it. It'll set the stage for a discussion that we'll have in the second half. And all of this is intended to also have lots of time at the end for question and answers, especially from the students. You know, this is an opportunity to ask 4 founders of emerging practices about their work and make connections, and that's what we're here for. So we are going to first be joined by, I'm going to set this up. Let me get this going. Perfect. Okay. So please help me welcome Mauricio Curi and Oscar Gonzalez of Diseño Norteño. So founded in 2013, Diseño Norteño's work establishes a deliberate contrast with the surrounding structures. The use of local materials and techniques is a cornerstone of their work, but in a way that challenges the city's design norms. Through simple and organized construction systems, mixed with strong concepts and theory, the studio strives to create an architectural identity which reflects how space is occupied in a border city. Mauricio is a graduate of the School of Architecture at Instituto Tecnológico de Estudios Superiores de Monterrey, and he studied also at the Polytechnic University in Catalunya, Spain, and has taught at the University Iberoamericana, which some of our students are here from, in Tijuana. Oscar is also a graduate from ITESM and studied at York University in Toronto, and was also a former teacher at Ibero. So welcome onto the stage. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Oscar and Mauricio. We get a little nervous speaking in public, so bear with us. I apologize in advance. So when we first opened our office in like 12 years ago, almost 13, we knew we had a challenge, and that was that no one was going to pay for our services in Tijuana. We had to fight or to demonstrate our clients or anyone out there that design was part of their lives, and they will have to hire us in order to have either a better project, a better house, or whatever the quality we intended for them to live in. Our first projects were really small. The scale was from small to big in all these 12 years. We started with retail interiors and small restaurants, but then we noticed that we had to find our own clients, and we had to look for people who either had land or they were or money exactly, and wanted to invest, and we had to put them together. Probably not everything that we were taught in school, but we had to do other parts that we were taught and be involved in all the process of a project, not only the design. That the design part was going to be justified or would show the client the benefits of our work if we show them a good result, or in this case, a good profit margin. We started with residential projects with single family housing, with small houses, and then with 2 houses, and with duplex and triplex, and then multifamily with small scale. And then we've evolved in all these years. We don't think that we have like a certain topology that we emphasize or we focus, but we see every project as a new challenge. Every challenge is different in the context and the site, the land, and the client is also a challenge. But we see that every project should have a strict line of design or a concept, and that's where we intervene. We think that every new challenge that we accept is gonna make us better, and we will be growing in an evolving city that is Tijuana. We've faced different scales, as we can see here. Some are built, some are in project. But we also noticed that where we could expose more our strong or be more bold is in restaurants or in retail, where we could be more creative and we could share our ideas or be stronger rather than in housing or residential projects.
Where we also got to meet several chefs, so the design process was really enriching, and ideas came from different parts, not just from what we had studied before. But as Mauricio said, we've worked with several scales, but there's always a backbone behind our work, our body of work. So how we say it in Tijuana is, no diseñamos edificios, construimos experiencias espaciales, which means we don't design buildings, we build experiences. So what we mean with this is that design is a given, but what else do we have? We care more about not the facades that Mauricio was showing before, but for example, in a single family house, how do you get to your house? What's the feeling when you get home after work? That we're interested in making people excited about being in their house. What happens before you get to your own door? What happens when you open your door? Once you're inside your house, what receives you? Is it the same space at 8 a.m. or is it changes at 4 p.m.? Will it be the same in winter than it will in summer? I think we'll discuss these further in the discussion, but materials in TJ are not as easy or reliable on. So our work depends more on light, on spaces. We design, our design process is based more in section planes. We do a lot of floor plans, But I think working in TJ and its topography has forced us to work in section plane. And this has opened a universe of opportunities for us. And I think our work has been maturing because of that. We care about, for example, in your house, where are you cooking your meals? Where are you having dinner? What does it feel like to go up or down the stairs? Is it the same for a big house as it is for a small house, or for an expensive house, for a cheap house? I mean, it's not, our work is not about finishes and materials, it's about the experience. And we do the same. For example, this is a multi-family building, and we care for the same details. What does it feel when you get to the building? What does it feel to go up and down the stairs? We look forward for people to choosing going up down the stairs rather than taking the elevator. And people in these spaces, they kind of meet their neighbors, like what's gonna happen after we design these spaces. No, how are these spaces gonna turn out 10 years after we finish them? We've learned that a project's never finished. It's a living structure. We also care about what's your connection with the outside when you're inside. It's the same, we care the same for it, either if it's a small or a big house, single family or multifamily project. We care about how does it feel to go out your house. This is, for example, an apartment building, and this is a terrace for one of the apartments. And we think it's not the same to have a single height than to have a double. So what we remind ourselves is that we're not designing square meters, we're designing cubic meters. So we need to think in a 3D perspective. And we care about the same things in these retail and gastronomic projects. How are you coming inside a restaurant? How are you sharing with people that are in the restaurant? Is it the same to go to have lunch as it is to have dinner at the same restaurant? Is it only for food, or people actually use these spaces for other stuff? Are you inside or are you outside? Are you in a really small space or are you in a big space? So we try to, or pride on using pretty basic or cheap materials, but trying to make it look like $1 million. We even care about what's your bathroom experience like. And we really like this picture because at the end, we like to remind ourselves that there's a lot of troubled policies, budgets, things you need to struggle with when you're doing a project, but at the end we like to remind ourselves why we're doing it, and it's because of comfort. It's like this is primal instinct. Are you feeling comfortable in the space you are? Are you receiving enough light? Are you receiving ventilation, warmth? So I think this picture sums up the way we think in our office.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. A great way to kick it off. All right. Next up. Okay. Next, we're going to welcome Jeff Svitak. He is the founder of Jeff Svitak Incorporated, an architecture, design, and development firm that was founded in San Diego in 2012. Jeff studied architecture at the University of Colorado, and he moved to San Diego after graduation. He worked at the Dahlin Group and then for 6 years with Sebastian Mariscal Studio. He says, quote, "Our approach to architecture is to search for that intimate connection between space and the human being, which is meaningful in enhancing the emotional quality of our daily life." Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. Jeff Svitak Inc. is the name of our practice. It started with me as a sole practitioner, sort of hence the name. But We do both architecture and development, although I like to think we're primarily architects, but 50% of our work is through our own developments where we find properties, we design the project, we develop them, and most of the time, almost all the time, we construct them as well. The other 50% of our work is through clients, which is a lot more random and sort of diverse in terms of the typology and geography. You know, we're now doing client work in Northern California, Berkeley, Mill Valley. We have a project in Utah. We actually recently submitted a design competition project in Easter Island, which is off the coast of Chile. So, you know, we kind of have those two branches of work in our studio. This yellow dot is where we're located in sort of this greater geographical area of San Diego-Tijuana. As you can see, maybe this is the border. Sorry, here. This is the border right here. So you can see, you know, we're in South Park. I live in North Park. I actually traverse this little canyon right here every day. So my house is right here on this side of the canyon. My office is on this side of the canyon. That's Balboa Park. But what you can see here is just, you know, we're so close to the border of Tijuana that it really infiltrates not only our work, but our life. My wife grew up in Tijuana. So we have, you know, family that lives in Tijuana. We friends that live in Tijuana. We go down there. My dentist is in Tijuana. So, you know, it's really something that's part of my everyday life. And it's one of the things I love about living here is having that diversity and that connection, you know, not to mention like the beautiful surrounding water of the area. So it's a very special place and very personal to me. Diving deeper into, you know, Mexican culture and heritage, and specifically the architecture, it's something that's very personal to me. I've, you know, stemming back from, you know, looking at Luis Barragan when I was a student in architecture school, the work, and, you know, you saw some of it from Oscar and Mauricio. But I think there's a sensibility in Mexican architecture that we don't, in the United States, we're not as in tune with a lot of times. And it's something that's very inspirational to me. You know, even today in contemporary Mexican architecture, there's just some amazing work coming out of Mexico, and it's really served as an inspiration and motivation for me in my practice. Not to mention, I worked for 7 years with a Mexican architect, Sebastian Mariscal. If you don't know his work, I encourage you to look it up. He is an amazing architect and a mentor to me. This is a project that we worked on together. It's a restaurant in New York City. And I think, you know, when you you can sense a little bit of, you know, the connection between all Mexican architecture and this really like, you know, sentimental value that they put on the experience, which I find to be very valuable. Getting into a little bit the design ethos of our practice, Megan already sort of mentioned this quote, which is something that I wrote when I first started my practice. And something that I felt like we have lived behind as we continue to move forward. But one of the things that I think, you know, in order to create this intimate connection in space, for me, that always happens in floor plan. And, you know, diving into how people are going to experience space, that's how I start every single project. So all my projects start in floor plan, and they're all hand-drawn. And I think, you know, hand drawing a floor plan is much different than drawing on the computer. You know, when you hand draw a floor plan, you really have to think about what you're doing. You have to meditate a little bit before you draw a wall, because, you know, you can't just edit, undo, click, get rid of that wall. You have to erase the wall and then redraw the wall. And so it allows you to move a little bit slower through the process, which I think is very valuable. So that's one of the things we always start. And, you know, similarly, focusing on the floor plan, it doesn't really allow you to get distracted into the facade or what the building looks like. This image here on the left is, you know, medieval castle, but I've always been so drawn to these like medieval style of architecture just because, you know, they didn't have architects sitting there like drawing facades like, oh, would this window look better here? Or would this look over? No, they just created things that had purpose that they needed. And the beauty came from just that practicality and that purpose of those buildings and those spaces. I'm going to go through a few of some of the underlying ideas that are in our practice as well. The first one is designing the void. So, one of the things that maybe we don't think about is the spaces that happen in between the masses of architecture. And for me, that's one of the first things that I go to, is what's going to happen in that open space, because that's where the light comes in, that's where the air infiltrates. This project that you're seeing here, where you see this massing diagram, this was actually the first project I did as in my practice. It was a competition, and it was like a public sort of park space. And what we did was we just designed boxes, and we organized them in a way that the way you move around the boxes, that created the space of the project. And the boxes actually had no programmatic purpose. They were just there for you to move around and to define the space in between, which is, something that has carried through, I think, on every project that we've done. Another thing that we've been paying a lot more attention to lately in our work is context and lineage. And, I think it's very easy today to just look at something online or see something in a magazine and, just kind of repeat that, or follow, like, maybe there's like a board of directors of a client that's telling you to do a certain thing because of their budget. But, I think what that leads to is a lot of the same buildings all over, and it's not paying attention to our context or our region or our vernacular, or what's meaningful in the history of what's been built in our area before. So we're trying to pay a lot more attention to that, and how we can add to that lineage of historical preservation, you could call it. And, here in San Diego, maybe we don't have as much to work off of as they do in, Europe, for example, or some of these older countries. But we do have a lot of, very interesting things I think we can pull from and make projects unique to where they are and where they live. This project on the left is, I think, a very beautiful way of integrating a contemporary architecture with an old existing facade. This is actually a project, a reconstruction of a church in Italy. But just the harmony that's created between the old and the new, I think, has served as an inspiration piece for me. It was one of the main things I was looking at when I was designing this space here, which is a mixed-use project in La Jolla, and we started paying attention to all the little subtle gestures that you see in the architectural language of La Jolla, and how we could not only add to that, but perhaps create a contemporary experience for La Jolla that could translate into future generations. Lastly, the connection to nature, I think, is paramount in our work. We strive, I think, to make every single space that we design have a connection to the outdoors, and ideally to a garden. There's just so many studies, and, everybody feels it when you're in nature. We are human beings. We are natural, and when we're in nature, I just think is when we feel the most grounded and the most safe and the most, protected in a way. And so that has become a huge component of our architecture. And this is a project here. This is actually my home, which is in a beautiful section of Switzer Canyon. And, I really tried to work on this house where I live to just disintegrate any barriers between the canyon and the house. So the canyon just comes up and infiltrates through the house. And as you can see, the house also infiltrates into the canyon. So, starting as a sole practitioner, we're now a studio of 7. And I just want to recognize everyone that's on my team, because there's, so many talented people in our office, and it's so diverse. Kind of growing across the board here this is Miguel, who lives in San Isidro. He went to school in Tijuana. Chris Talbot, who's local, San Diego. Myself from Colorado. This is Zaire. She's from Venezuela. Landon from Kansas City. This is my wife, Ana. She grew up in Tijuana. And this is Tomas, who just moved here from Santiago, Chile. So, we have a very diverse and talented group of people who's helping really push the practice forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. All right, so we're moving back to the other side. This is a back and forth kind of thing. So we'd love to welcome our next presenter, Alfonso Medina. So, after having designed one of the first ground-up co-living buildings in the world, Casa Uno, Alfonso co-founded Maralon, a startup focused on the future of housing, where he serves as CEO. He's also chairman and CEO of Ikigai Holdings, I hope I got that right, a real estate holding company that encompasses development, construction, and architecture in Mexico City and Tijuana. In 2005, he established Taller 38, focused on real estate development and construction. And in 2009, he established T38 Studio, an architecture, design, and research office based in New York City and Tijuana. Alfonso is a graduate of ITESM, and he also studied at the Polytechnic University of Catalunya. So welcome, Alfonso.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Marcela and Tanya, for the invitation. What a great initiative. It's really sad to have seen this real estate development program disappear. It's an honor to be speaking here amongst such amazing architects. Huge fan of Ted Smith, Hector. I mean, what San Diego has achieved in terms of that balance between architecture and real estate is pretty amazing. I'm a big fan of kind of like understanding the rules and then breaking them, and a lot of this work of like co-living and sharing spaces and smaller living that was done here in San Diego years ago, I really do think is the future of sustainable housing. Because in the end, for me, sustainability is much more about quality of life in terms of actually being able to afford to live in a city. Our work really focuses on that, and I love this idea of Ikigai. That's why I named the company like that. And that's kind of like our mission, just being able to make cities more affordable for younger people. I'm gonna jump through the slides a bit fast. I don't speak a lot about architecture because for me it's kind of like just a small part and a tool that we use in order to achieve our mission and do our work. It's a very important part of it, but I really spent a lot of my time more on the construction and development side of the practice. That on the left upper hand corner, that was one of the first houses I designed and built. There's this little kind of like a storage container. That was my first office. And I started building before graduating. I dropped out of school because I wasn't that... After coming back from Barcelona and seeing all this like beautiful architecture and the way that Europeans lived, again, quality of life, coming back to Monterrey where you had to drive everywhere, you had to, I don't know, like, I was kind of very disappointed with school in architecture, so I dropped out and started building. And I loved it. I loved being on site, and my work really became about people. Both the people that help us build all of these spaces and the people that inhabit the spaces. This is right now some of our recent work in New York, Denver, LA, Tijuana, and Mexico City. Started out by doing houses. It was mostly spec housing. I would like buy some sites, and actually for these sites I didn't even have the money, so I kind of like negotiated some contracts with the landowners. Pre-sold some of those houses and then went on and built them. But they're special because, like, for example, this house was bought by my business partner in Mexico City. One of the houses in the other slide was bought by one of my business partners in Tijuana. So my work is really about establishing these connections with people. This is one of the ground up buildings that we designed in Tijuana. That's a co-living building. And we're really trying to figure out how can we make neighborhoods, I mean, unfortunately, more diverse in a way, because in the end, Tijuana right now has this like amazing real estate boom, but most developers are kind of like building the same product, building the same apartments, very high end, very expensive, and there's no places for young people to live. So we designed this building in which people could rent a small space starting from like $350. And it was really amazing to see how the community flourished, because the building was finished right before the pandemic. When the pandemic hit and young people didn't want to be at their parents' place, they all moved here, and it became like a party central for like over a year. Like neighbors were really pissed, but people were living a good quality of pandemic, I guess. This is actually the next house that we built for my business partner in Mexico City. And while I was building in Tijuana, because I never stopped, but I never really lived there. I lived in New York for 10 years. And when I got divorced, I actually thought it was a great opportunity to really, because I would see it, right? You would be in New York and you would see how unaffordable it was. You would see how it was impossible for any young person to be able to afford housing there. I lived out of a suitcase for about 3 years, just moving around from different hotels, co-livings, Airbnbs. And it was really insane to see that for some people to be able to pay rent, they would need to rent out their bed for a couple of days a week. And so we launched this startup really focused on how could we connect new technologies, all this like data gathering that we now could get to map out the city, find development sites, and then through a managed marketplace, connect developers to new construction technologies that could both accelerate and lower the cost of housing. We have a patent pending on this platform, and it was all about like just doing one single product, obviously a different product for a different city. This is actually in Denver, and then just connecting that to different factories. Along that, in order to convince developers to actually use this platform and use this modules, we started doing some adaptive reuse buildings in New York. This is the first one. There's now 100 keys open throughout Brooklyn and Manhattan. All of this beautiful interiors were designed by my wife here. And it's amazing because we got to live in these places. We got to see how people enjoyed them and how their life really changed by just making housing that was well designed and way more affordable. And then, I mean, the work in Tijuana right now, after doing this multifamily co-living micro studio products in New York, really focused on doing multifamily in Tijuana. And multifamily in Mexico is something that doesn't really exist because there's no way to finance it. I mean, interest rates are 15%, so completely unsustainable to think how you could do that. So we spent about 2 years really trying to understand and create the legal framework and the fiscal framework, and also the investment network to be able to start doing multifamily in Tijuana. Just going to jump through a couple of our condo buildings. All of this were basically land that we acquired, built and sold condos there, some that are in process right now. What we're doing in Mexico City, beautiful project that I would never ever do again. Trying to restore this beautiful property takes way much more patience than I actually have, but I'm sure the result will be worth it. And then Francis, which is something I really, really love. I spent years trying to figure out how to create workforce housing in the US without ever understanding that one solution would be to have it in Tijuana. And this is unfortunately what's happening right now. Tijuana has really, really changed since the pandemic in terms of nearshoring, medical tourism, but one of the main things is this, the housing shortage in San Diego. People are just getting pushed out of certain neighborhoods in San Diego and heading down to Tijuana. So we kind of created a product that could fit both people from Tijuana and people from San Diego. In this building, 50% of the residents work in San Diego. And again, it's something that I really enjoy. All the time I'm in Tijuana, I'm in this building. And it's small living spaces. We have studios that are 300 square feet, up to like 2 bedrooms, but with beautiful common areas, and just about like creating this community of people that are moving even from Korea, China, Tijuana, and San Diego. And this is one of the 2 bedrooms there. This is kind of like our current pipeline of multifamily in Tijuana right now. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Alfonso. All right. And last but certainly not least, my former colleague at Woodbury and friend, David Pearson from Palo Architects. So David Pearson, AIA, co-founded Palo in 2017 with Michaela Spielman Pearson, specializing in infill housing solutions. David is active in shaping housing policy, especially in San Diego, through his involvement with the Urban Land Institute and Circulate San Diego, while also contributing to academia at schools locally and further afield. With a background in real estate, design, and ecology, David combines economic insight with a deep passion for art, architecture, and urban development. David was raised in San Diego and has a Bachelor's of Architecture from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and a Master's of Architecture from Harvard GSD. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Megan. And yeah, following these guys is something else. It's good to see the work, and hopefully we have something as interesting or as spatially magnificent as what you've seen from these guys. I do think we take perhaps a little bit different approach, and I'll get into that. But first, this is a view from our office space in Golden Hill. So we're located in the Carpenters Union building on Broadway in Golden Hill. It's the old San Diego Readers building. It's historically designated. But it's a really inspirational space. You get the skyline, you get that golden hour of Golden Hill. We are an office of 20 people, primarily architects, but also some landscape architects and others that are in property development. 15 of us are here in San Diego, and the rest are from London to the Philippines. As Megan said, the practice was founded by my wife, Michaela, and I. Sorry she's not here today. She's a very important voice to this whole conversation. But as I've expressed before, she's quite the introvert. So you'll struggle to get her to speak publicly. But please know that my voice here is heavily influenced by her as well. So in coming out of the pandemic, we saw that there was simply such a shortage in what you might call generic buildings, missing middle buildings, background buildings, things like that. And so we decided we wanted to become more than an architecture and design company, much like people before us who have spoken already, and kind of understand and control more of the supply chain. So we started with this, we labeled a very simple mission in late 2020, which is we wanted to elevate the generic. We just wanted to look at generic buildings that are background buildings and say, how can we make them just 10% better with just applying a little more design and creative sense? What that meant is we didn't have the control of being the owner nor of having high budgets. So this is pretty much all product that you would call workforce housing. It might be Class B at best. It's often housing that is placed in the leftover space of existing multifamily properties on parking lots or between buildings. So as an example here, this is 12 units in University Heights behind a single family craftsman home. A lot of our work deals with existing and new. That's a strong part of what we do, and it also is kind of grounded in the landscape and ecological mission as well. So these slides were not put put together, sorry, I didn't put a presentation together because we were hosting or sponsoring the 1% for the Planet Summit last week, which if anybody got to it, or if you didn't, just check it out. It's a really good organization. So sorry for that. So the presentation's a little all over the place. I apologize. Right here is a couple of duplexes, just simple stack duplexes next to 43 units that we renovated, as well as created 3 more units from existing junk space, such as carports and laundry rooms. So we took a 43 unit property, found a little sliver, finagled the building code to show that the uppers that be at DSD that we could do a 0-foot commercial lot line setback on a street side yard setback in Rancho Penasquitos. Neighbors don't like that up there in PQ. A lot of the work that we also do is landscape. That is at the core of what we do. Michaela, my wife, is both a licensed architect and licensed landscape architect. So from the beginning of when we founded the practice, we kind of thought of it as like palo, meaning stick. Palo means stick in Spanish. It also means stick in many Latin-based languages, or there's variations of palo, pali, things like that in Italian. But we thought of like, we're in Southern California. Most of construction is light frame wood construction. We build with sticks and we're going to plant with sticks. Architecture, light frame wood construction. Landscape, we plant with sticks. Real simple. So we do a lot of landscape projects as well. Usually we are doing both the architecture and the landscape, but sometimes we're just the landscape architect, and that gives us a chance to see what other architects are doing around town, and that's a really valuable thing. So in here, this is just the renovation of a courtyard of an existing 18-unit, 2-story old building that nobody would pay much attention to up in Oceanside. But we did some fun things to it, like put just a simple outdoor shower for the surfers. We converted all of the garages into units and then gave a refresh to the units. This is a little leftover lot. Over in southeastern San Diego. I think one of the only new construction homes in southeastern San Diego, or Shelltown, in like over a decade. 2,000 square foot lot that we figured out through some more finagling at the city that we could reduce the setbacks using promise zone incentives to produce a little 1,200 square foot building with a detached garage. And then within this tight space, how can we create a little slip between the single car garage and the sliding glass door you see there to the kitchen, so that this indoor outdoor, even a very tight footprint, could have some more use. When we're not doing workforce housing, which again is what we mostly do, we do some special projects. So special projects would be projects that come to us from clients that just seem extraordinary. So for example, this is a home in North Park under construction now. For a young woman who's been paralyzed since she was in a car accident when she was 18 months old. She is a proud activist in what you might call the cripple living movement. And anyway, she's awesome, and we'll be sharing more images of the house as we go. But we also do what we call special projects, and that's what kind of gets us back to the creative side of architecture, because too often we're just thinking in systems. Some examples of new construction work would include more light frame wood construction buildings, working within tight zoning criteria, 30-foot height limits, and wood frame construction, such as this. Here's an example of what is 45 units on the left existing that's getting a refresh, where we're going to add 15 units to it through the use of junk space and just making existing units more efficient. And then on the right is 9 new units that are detached, and they're going to occupy what is parking. This one's topped out just recently. This is where I probably could have started and made it clearer for the presentation, so sorry. But what we do is a little more systematic in that we look at any piece of property and we see what is the existing value on site, and that's through inspiration of site naturally, but also just what is the economic value on site. So sometimes it's you have an existing, so all the stuff in gray would be existing and the blue is new. So we'll go through different iterations with the client, because we're mostly working for-profit developer clients where bottom line is the only objective. unfortunately. But we'll work with the gray, see what we can do to make it better, bring it into the 21st century, because a lot of housing product is just so old and obsolete. And then we'll add to it in whatever way we can, mostly in the junk space. We might split the units simply by taking old, inefficient floor plans designed in the 70s and making them more open. So you might take old one bed and turn it into a two bed that meets today's product standards, all within the existing footprint. You might keep what's in front and then add in the back and do a kind of like backyard building or a little, I don't know, stealth tower or something. We've also done where we add a story and then we build in the front and the back in North Park. This is on Georgia Street. And then this one, we might have an opportunity where the parcel to the left, it makes sense to demo the existing structures. Whereas the parcel to the right, we renovated all those bungalows and cottages and then created, something that's more compatible between existing and new. And this here is my last slide, but it's an example of a special project, just special client who was an artist up in Fallbrook. But I guess what I'd like to end on is simply that we like to think of architecture in a more systematic sense, and that stems from thinking of landscape and ecology and kind of zooming out and going between scales and realizing that how can we achieve more impact in the world is like going higher up the supply chain and making things better there. But I think I'll end it there so we can have some questions.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm going to welcome all the panelists up here, and please grab a seat. Let me just set this up, and we'll kick it off with a few questions. But then I would like all the students to start getting your questions ready, please. Because there we go. So if you guys could join us. All right. Thank you so much. The sound of my voice. So I guess we're going to kick it off talking a little bit about the specific challenges and opportunities that you see in our region in particular. And I think all of you presented or discussed, even if just quickly, some of the issues that you are engaging with in your practice that have to do with the region. So whether it's about materials and the specific types of building and construction that we have in Tijuana, for example, or the financial structures that make it so that a certain type of work is produced or not produced. I was wondering if I could hear a little bit from each of you or have a discussion a little bit about, what are those regional border specific challenges that you have seen, and how have they affected your practice? Maybe in ways that you understood going in and have seen, or maybe in ways also that have been surprising. Whoever wants to start.
Okay, I'll start. Well, as we said, in terms of design and materials in Tijuana, most of you know, Tijuana is like the farthest part of Mexico. So to get any material like traditional Mexican materials or craft materials or craftsmanship as well is really hard. It's cheaper to send a ship with materials to Spain rather to bring them by truck to Tijuana, almost. So we need to use whatever we have in our hands, and most of the materials in terms of design or aesthetic are the ones that come from the US. So it's limited as well. So we don't want to that determine our projects. So we use whatever it's in our hand and try to be simple, but the idea is strong enough that any material, whether it's existing or if it will be shipped or if we will get it on time, we can use it. I think another issue for us is like economy as well. I mean, probably Alfonso would go into that more, but we struggle with the economy and we use dollars and pesos, and sometimes something is cheap and then sometimes it's expensive. So that helps us, but it also is a disadvantage in some ways. So it's very shifting.
I think from our perspective, just being in this region and having grown up on both sides of the border is so amazing. It's really, really unique. And everything we've done in the US is really informed by this kind of like don't ask for permission Mexican approach, I guess. And a lot of the work we're doing right now in Tijuana is really informed by what we've done in the US. And there's such unique opportunities. I think Mexico City itself, for example, has been kind of like on pause economically for 6 years now. You can't sell an apartment that's over $100,000. It's like that market evaporated, and it's so amazing to think that you can actually raise money to do housing in the U.S. from Mexican investors because they don't want to make a profit. They're focused on capital preservation. And you can actually raise money in the US to do housing in Mexico because everything here is like, there's not a lot of opportunities. Profit margins here are like super slim, while in Mexico, there's way more opportunities. So being able to play back and forth between these two ecologies and these two economies is really, really amazing.
I think, you guys hear me? Adding into, some of the ecology and economic things happening, I'd be interested actually to know your perspective on it. But what I'm hearing a lot, which is interesting, and you're participating in this, is the prices we all know in San Diego of living and, housing is a huge issue everywhere. But, specifically in San Diego, it's, a lot of times it's outrageous. And what you're getting, and I know from friends and people who are living in Tijuana, is now you're getting, just like you said, a lot of people who live in Tijuana but commute every day to San Diego. And so you have a border crossing challenge, which has to be dealt with. But beyond that, I think what you're now seeing is rising prices in Tijuana, which are making a lot of the housing in Tijuana less affordable for the people that have been there for so long, because you have people with more money coming from San Diego paying more money for housing in Tijuana, because it's still way less expensive living in Tijuana than it is in San Diego. But then you have people struggling in Tijuana because all the rents are going up, prices are going up. You used to be able to go down to Tijuana and have, an amazing meal for a quarter of the price than what you pay in San Diego. And I think now it's pretty much the same. So I don't know where that's going to go, but I think it is causing a little bit of havoc on the affordability issue in Tijuana, even though it's relieving some of the issue here in San Diego. And I don't know. I mean, you guys are a little more in touch maybe with that, but I think interesting to know.
Yeah, no, I think going out to dinner in Tijuana is absolutely insane. Sometimes more expensive than San Diego. I think Tijuana has seen this like vertical boom, and there's so much speculation going on because there was no supply for forever. So all of a sudden you have new supply, you have investors that are interested in them. And what happens in Mexico is that since multifamily doesn't exist, about 50% of condo units that are produced, investors will buy them and rent them out. So the problem is that developers are not really creative, right? Most developers just follow trends. Like whatever worked there, I'll just replicate here. So a lot of the housing that's being produced in Tijuana are like I don't know, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 square foot apartments that in order for whomever bought it to make a return, they need to rent them out at $2,000. So it's insane because in a lot of the neighborhoods where we work, you can't rent anything for less than $2,000. So that's like San Diego prices. And for us, like kind of like the way to really play around with it is we really work with it with like different typologies, different ways of structuring buildings. So for example, in some of the multifamily buildings we do, we'll invite investors to own a small percentage and not really care about like the operation side of it. But in other buildings, we'll sell them like small apartments where they can actually make a profit while keeping rents low. And we actually had the opportunity to be at an event with the mayor of Tijuana yesterday, a new mayor, and very interesting because we're talking a lot about housing. The new president of Mexico has this plan of like doing 1 million homes, right? Like that sounds amazing. And I mean, the army's gonna build them, I guess. So we know how that's gonna turn out. But there's so much to learn here because like Tijuana or Mexico in general has never had any like incentive to do affordable housing. There's no like bonus to do affordable housing. So that's kind of like what Mexico and Tijuana needs to import from the US in order to kind of like start incentivizing more affordable housing.
Well, so that's interesting. I mean, so how then, I mean, just to piggyback on that, you know, all of you have practices who are, you know, you're all founded your own practice and you've been in practice for a while, but, you know, in architects' age, we're not even middle-aged yet, you know, you practice forever, right? So where, given those, like the context of what has been the case for architecture in the last like 5-10 years and how you're seeing the next 10 years, where do you see your practice evolving? You know, because Diseño Norteño, in terms of the work that you're doing that's non-housing, that there are, you know, is it, with the influx of capital, is there more opportunities for non-housing and vice versa with this affordable housing coming online suddenly? You know, do you see that as something to grow into? And simultaneously in San Diego, just given the way our housing situation is going as well, where do you see practice moving in the next 5 years, maybe?
Well, I would say for our practice and to relate it to the association, thinking on borders, like we see ourselves trying to dissolve these two key parts of development, which sounds like Alfonso's way ahead of us, but basically bridging between site acquisition and design and then design and fabrication. So for us in the next 5 years, that's our goal, to integrate that as well as we can, and then thinking of it in ways that are systematically from like, what can you put on a site that's pre-designed? What can you put on a site that's pre-designed with modifications? And then what can you put on a site that's bespoke? So that goes to our kind of origin of thinking of how could we do better background buildings, but then starting to flex our design skills more, but in a more integrated way between design, development, and building.
Well, speaking on behalf of our office, I think we've been pretty involved with private housing, and as Alfonso is saying, every time housing is getting smaller, no? And in our office, I think we're trying to now look for urban opportunities in our city. I think when houses start turning smaller, we still need to satisfy our needs. We still need outdoors, we still need restaurants or gathering points with friends. So I think our focus now is trying to grab some of the opportunities the city is going to be needing now in terms of urban necessities and try to be part of that. I think going back a little bit to the previous question, in difference to other Mexican cities, an opportunity we see as a border city is that since it's pretty young, it's only 130 years, there's no history and there's no built environment. So there's more opportunities for young practices to get involved and to have opportunities to be a part of the city, in contrast to other Mexican cities or, for example, European cities, where the cities are already built and the opportunities given are pretty minimal, and they're already designated to certain architects, and it's always the same 5 architects, no? So I think a benefit from a young city is that young architects, we have a bigger chance of getting involved, and there's more opportunities of being part of the city.
I mean, I can speak to a little bit, you know, what's happening in San Diego and what we've been doing and experiencing and where we're going. And, you know, specifically in regards to the development, I think in order to create an exceptional project or something that's really, you know, maybe, I don't know, like a benchmark of living and where you're going, you really have to do everything yourself. And the red tape you have to get through to get a project built in the United States, specifically in California, is crazy. And it has to let up. Like, it's just making it way too challenging for us to do anything. And, you know, I'm doing my first project with a general contractor right now. And it's more work for me to deal with all the bureaucracy around the general contractor and how they're managing the project than it is for me to just do it myself and build it myself. And like, you know, Ted Smith is, you know, lives on this, right? And I mean, this guy like started this thing, and, you know, Hector, and really, like, I think we just have to be doing it ourselves, and it's tough and it's very challenging, and like, you know, but I've seen that is the way where you can have more control, you can create a successful project, you're not banging your head against a wall, you're not having all these sort of like legal nuances between you and a general contractor that's limiting what you're actually able to say and do and participate in. And I really think that's the way to go. And it's a challenge, but, you know, at the end, I think the reward is there.
All right, so before we open it up to students, because we do want enough time for that, so everyone get your questions ready. This is the last question, so yeah, get ready. We do have to bring it back to education, since we are the Transborder Association of Architectural Education. And I think what's unique about all of you is that you are all educated elsewhere and in different ways, in a variety of different places and countries. So what, in a way, you know, what brought you back to this region? You know, and I think you're probably a lot family and various other kind of roots and connections. But, you know, you all chose to start a practice here and to continue building a practice here. And also, you know, what do you see as the relationship between architecture education and practice in our region? Because all of us, you know, are from the 8 universities in our region. So yeah, what do you see as the relationship between education and practice here, and how, especially as practitioners, do you see that evolving?
First of all, well, I'm from Tijuana, and when I graduated university, I said I never wanted to come back to Tijuana. I wanted to eat the world and travel and live in a cosmopolitan city that would fill me with architecture. I came for a Christmas holiday, and then one time I got a call from Alfonso, and he invited me to collaborate with him, and I'm still here. So Oscar got also invited, so he's probably responsible for us as well being here. Actually, you never know where you're gonna end up in life, but I think at that time there weren't any actual or close references in architecture in Tijuana, at least. I think there was like a blank canvas for us to start, and I mean, he was before us as well. Probably it was harder for him than to do it for us. And in terms of teaching in school, we've also taught in several schools in Tijuana, and I think responsibility is the main focus of new generations, or like interest. I think if you like what you do and you study and you do whatever you like, you can go as far as you want. But I think interest is kind of losing the part of the way in our profession. I think that some students are just going to trends and stuff and not going to the main purpose of architecture. I mean, I think I love what I do, even if it's not easy, but I think that's what wakes me up in the morning so I can keep going.
And just to add to Mauricio's answer, I think we were thought wrongly between the relationship in between education and practice. We, at least I did, and I think Mauricio, we were always thought that design and building were separate, that someone was in charge of designing and someone was in charge of building. But I think right now, or at least in our region, it's a necessity for the people who design to build as well. It's just taking on what Jeff is saying. I think, as he's correctly saying, 90% of the work we do at the office is not architecture. At the end, it's 10% of our time is architecture, and it's almost always after office hours. No, during work time, there's a lot of permits, policies, budgets. There's a lot of things that need to go, that need to wind in together for a project to be built. And I think school wrongly teaches us that architects are divas and that we only design, and we are, I guess we also are taught to look at architects as rock stars. I don't know. We are used to looking at textbooks where we see houses in a context that there's nothing around, there's green all around, and that's not real life, or at least that's not TJ. So I think that was a cultural shock after finishing school, to land everything we had learned at school and deconstruct these learnings and making them land in real life.
I really think that education should be practiced, and that's why that like real estate program was so amazing. I did a master's at SciArc, probably like 5 years into my building career, and I would walk the hallways and be like, "What the fuck is this?" Like 10 times a day. To be in a school where like most students have never opened an AutoCAD file or don't know how to like draw a floor plan was really, really crazy. And art is art. Like it's amazing, but it's not how you're gonna solve a housing problem. And I think that should be very, very clear. This is the first time I've lived here in 20 years. I just moved here like 2 months ago. And yeah, I'm excited because I'm starting an MBA next week. It's unfortunate that going to architecture school, like I never had a finance class. I never had an accounting class, and I'm kind of like stressed with like what we're building to like not have that experience. And whatever I've learned in from that like side of things has been through practice and through making mistakes. So I think education to be like way more varied in what we're taught is so important.
Yeah, I mean, just the first part of your question, I think about living here. I actually, and I was explaining this to you earlier, but I never really intended to stay in San Diego, and it just sort of, it's actually a place that the longer I stay here, the more I love it. And I think, you know, the connection to Mexico is also a part of that experience, but it's, you know, tying that into education. I think San Diego is an amazing home base, and I think it's surprising that there's actually not a state-funded architecture program in San Diego, which is shocking to me. But travel for me in terms of education has been some of the most valuable experience that I've had. And, you know, touring, you know, through Europe or anywhere, and touring, you know, through these cities and these plazas, and, you know, just understanding how people live in other parts of the world, and then bringing that sentiment back to San Diego. I mean, San Diego is such an amazing home base, and I think that's another reason why I've stayed here. Is anywhere I go in the world, every time I come back to San Diego, I'm never like bummed to come back. I'm always like, ah, it's nice, you know? But yeah, I think that travel, you know, I did a semester in Florence when I was in architecture school, and it completely changed the way I thought about architecture. And, you know, just, it was full culture shock in like a very good way. I'd never been to Europe before, and just being in those spaces and seeing those environments and seeing what like is possible in a built environment, that I had never seen anything like that in my life, and experiencing it firsthand, is, I think that's invaluable. So I think that that exploration and travel and education is so underrated.
So to your first question, for Michaela and I, returning to San Diego was partially family. We're both from California, but also it was kind of like a lifestyle and design business decision, in that knowing going to really a smaller city, we'd just be able to feel whatever impact we might make sooner in our careers. So, you know, you can go to New York City and do a bunch of interior TIs and restaurants for 15 years, like Billy Chen and Todd Williams, who I love them as architects, but they did that for like over a decade. We just didn't want to do that. We wanted to be part of a built environment that was changing pretty rapidly in terms of densification, kind of looking or trying to toss aside the poor land use patterns we have out here in the West and try to make more livable, better cities. So for us, that was a key reason, kind of strategic in that sense. And then in terms of education, I would encourage all students to, I'm going to say the border thing again, but like really obsess over like those thresholds between things in the process, from like when a project is just an idea all the way to execution, to obsess over like the difference between digital and analog, which they did at SCI-Arc for a long time, but they weren't really obsessing over the real like tangible to digital, right? So I'd encourage you all to really obsess over like how things can be more interoperable, how they can be smoother between like what is in a pro forma or what's on the computer and then what's fabricated. I think with the tools that we already see coming, it's only going to become easier to do that. So the better you can position yourself between those places at that nexus, the better you'll be as like a real architect designer, because a lot of the things that are like, you know, too focused now, they'll just be automated. So I think where we can really prove ourselves like most impactful in the future, it's like standing right in the position between like a site is identified in the design, or between design and then, you know, design for manufacturing. Like that's where I think we'll be able to have the most impact.
Great, thank you all so much. All right, we've got a roving microphone. Hands up. Question, answer? Yep, right over there. Thanks. And feel free to ask the question in Spanish if you're more comfortable with that.
Hi, just a question, like a general question for all of you guys, or just a specific one. I'm an upbringing architect myself, and I'm in undergraduate studies. And basically the question is like, if you guys could like go back to like your younger years, what would you guys do different before you guys started your architectural practices?
I'm going to say nothing, only because I think it's a Churchill quote, but I grew up, my dad always said this, that things turn out best for those who make the best out of the way things turn out. So it's just like an optimism I have. And then I'd also encourage all architecture students to realize that being an architect or developer construction, you got to be optimistic, because everybody wants to tell you no, whether it's agencies with permitting, and everybody also has an ego in the process. And we don't realize that often, but like the planning reviewer looking at your project, they have an ego and they want to put it into your project. The structural reviewer wants to put their ego into the project. The contractor does, everybody does. So I think understanding that early on will just help you be like, feel like you have more agency in the process perhaps, but.
You know, one of the things that happened to me accidentally, and is, I think in the end a good thing, but I finished a 4-year degree at the University of Colorado, and then I moved to San Diego. I was going to work for a few years, and I was, you know, going back to get my master's degree, and right before I was getting ready to go back to school, I was hired by Sebastian, and for me, like that hands-on education and experience personally, and I'm not saying this is for everybody, but was so valuable. And just, I think a lot of times, coming out of school, you feel like or a lot of, students or people that are young architects coming to talk, you feel like you can do it all after a few years and like working, and you can't. Like it took me 10 years to feel like I was ready to start my own practice. And that was 10 years of like hard work. And so, I think it was a big benefit to me because I got to where I felt like I wanted to go, or where I got to whatever a little bit faster for that reason. But don't try to jump into things too early, coming out of school. Like, don't try to start your own practice the first year. I wouldn't advise that. I think, really understanding the nuts and bolts of the profession is critical, and it takes a long time. It's endless, the amount of stuff that you're gonna see coming out of school, so.
Yeah, I think we're
All right, other questions?
So, what are some limits of education, and what things could be integrated for it to progressively approach society moving forward?
Can you repeat the question? Yeah.
So, what are the limits of education? And what things could be integrated for it to progressively approach society moving forward?
So a little bit was discussed before about, what you don't know, what you aren't taught in architecture school, and perhaps how education can evolve.
I think really fast. I think in any school that you are, either in Mexico or in the U.S., either it's public or private, a book or a teacher will give you his best to teach you something. I mean, it's in any one of us to learn if we want. I think interest, it's a big part of it, but there's a whole world outside of the school, and of school policy and whatever bureaucracy there should be in schools as well. But you need to take those tools in order to start your own way of thinking and try to see the world as you can see with those tools.
I think one of my favorite things that I did in my undergrad was this social program that was called 10 Casas, 10 Familias. It was basically on weekends we would go and help people build their own houses. And I think those types of programs that are not taught in a classroom and that are really much more hands-on are really amazing and should be done a lot more. I mean, there's clear examples in the US, some universities that have done these, even going back to Taliesin. But I with all the, technology that's coming up, like 3D printing and being able to print with rammed earth or concrete or whatever, I think we need a lot more experience in doing those types of things, because we know that the path that we're on, and just in terms of permitting, construction, it's completely unsustainable and it's unaffordable. So spending a lot more time doing and researching those types of programs, I think is super important.
Yesterday, I was at one of the panels you guys had, and all night I kept thinking that while they were speaking about the challenges in getting education to more people, they were talking about people not being able to afford a computer or afford licenses for software. And I'm worried that that's an excuse, no? Technology should be tool, not a limitation. I guess at the end of the day, what's really important is the way you think, how you solve a problem, and being so full of technology and technology becoming a limitation, I think it's dangerous, or you shouldn't be You shouldn't be intimidated by it. It should help you do better things that we have done without it. I think in the office we've never opened Rhino since 7 years ago, and we barely do renderings. It's more about the problem-solving skills you have. No?
One more question. Was there a question?
Yeah,
back
right
there?
here.
Thank
Hi,
you.
this is a question for the Daniel and Jesvi talk, and I feel like both of you guys were talking about experience and the context, and I feel like for the Daniel, seeing what you guys do in your restaurants and retail spaces, and for Jeff, for example, one of your projects, Louisiana, I feel like what you guys do is a little bit elevates the context that you're in. So I'm wondering, with the I guess with the setbacks of for you guys material, or whether it be like American codes, how are you guys able to get your designs to where they're at, regardless of the limitations or setbacks that you may have, kind of within the context that we're around, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like Louisiana was a project. I mean, a lot of it revolves around timing and, where the market is, right? Louisiana is a project that was the right place at the right time. I could not build that project today and have it make sense financially, which is interesting. But it happened. I think those opportunities still exist, just maybe not in that specific case. But it's about identifying opportunities, and then beyond that, it's really like I had to take that project under my shoulders in terms of doing all the construction, managing all the people on the job site, and being there all day and 7 a.m. and calling the electrician and making sure he shows up, and all of those things. And I don't think that project's possible with a general contractor, to be totally honest. And so, it's really just about identifying the opportunities of a site, understanding, what's available to you in terms of, what you can achieve on that site. And then a lot of it is just like sort of naive fearlessness of just moving forward, and a lot of like sleepless nights of just kind of being like, oh my God, is this actually going to work out? And then one day it does work out, and then you're kind of just like, oh, okay, like it happened, and it just sort of happens like that. But you just have to keep pushing it. And as soon as you let your guard down, or like turn your back on it, or like kind of just try to like throw up your hands, like it's going to go away from you, So I think it's just about dedication and commitment, and being persistent with your vision and what you want to do.
I think Jeff's pretty got it there. I think it's about how we think about it in the office. It's about concept and keeping an open mind. During the building process, there might be changes, but if you first thought what you needed was like a rough texture in the wall, you don't get fixed with the idea that it needed to be marble. It could be, if there was a change in budget, you can use stucco or wood, but that roughness that you wanted at the beginning is still there, and the essence of the project is there. And I think it sounds really simple, but it's just basic, going back to basics.
But it has to go with what are you saying, that you need to be hands-on, like improvising, being resourceful, and changing stuff at the moment. If there's a high chain, probably those things wouldn't get done.
All right, let's do one more.
Hello. I have two questions. They were triggered by one or two of you, but would encourage all of you to respond. The first one was a comment, and it kind of dovetails off of what this woman over here was asking, but Mauricio, you had comments on the difficulty of sourcing quality materials, and subsequently how this creates moments of creativity and improvisation. Let's see. And you made a comment about making cheap materials look like or feel like $1 million. Sorry, I'm also nervous in public speaking. I feel like I'm gonna make an animal noise or something. So as much of the materials that humans have built with historically, they've been extractive. As architects, how much are you thinking, tinkering, innovating, or at least dreaming about material? And then the other question, if I can get through this nervousness, is, Jeff, you mentioned the political, the permitting, the bureaucratic pressures that sort of stop innovation or the efficiency of building projects. What does the letting up look like, and what's being done on that front? Can it only be changed by those who are practicing, and at what levels of government? If that makes sense.
No, I mean, it's almost the kind of same question, but I think that we do need to have simple ideas. I think strong and simple is like the basic for everything. We're not inventing anything. I mean, everything's out there. We didn't discover any new materials. It's not our part. Probably in some years we'll have new materials. We do have new technologies to help us with a representation or something, but construction systems are the same in Mexico like for years. We just try to use them and explode them in a different way probably, and try to keep it simple. It's really, really less is more kind of context, but it's more complex. It's more complex. Yeah, exactly. It's more complex to keep it simple.
Yeah, I think in our projects, like materiality typically comes later in the design process. Most of our projects are in very tight budgets, and we put a lot of effort and our resources into getting the spaces that we want and how we want them to feel in terms of volume, in terms of size, in terms of how you're going to move through them. And then by the time we get to the material, we're usually like, okay, what's the least expensive option that looks good, And a lot of these developments end up like that. And then from there, you go into an exploration of like, okay, well, we have this option, this option. Most of the time we're very limited of what we can pick from, especially here in the United States. I've never done a project in Mexico, and I would love to at some point. It's pretty limiting because of the labor pool here, right? Like anything that requires labor is just gonna explode your budget. So, you have to I think like you have to pick one thing that you really want to push architecturally or innovatively, right? Like maybe it's the space, maybe it's the material, but you can't do 2 or 3 or 4 things because you're never gonna make it, right? So you pick one thing. So ours is the architecture and the space, and we push that, and we don't compromise on that. But then everything else we can make compromises on. We can say, okay, we can do a less expensive material, or do this detail like in a more simple way, or like we can compromise, like we don't need super fancy cabinets. So those are the things that kind of you have to let go of and just go into like a more production mode and mindset on, but you stay strong to what you think holds the architecture together.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. If we could give our panel another round of applause. Thank you. Fantastic. Really appreciate all of you guys being here. Fantastic. All right. Thank you.
So in 3, 4 minutes maximum, 5 minutes maximum, let's say. But what I'm trying to say, don't go away so far. Just stay here very close. Thank you.
Now I'm here. First time living here. I was living in Europe for like 10 years. Then I was in France. I just moved into Sweden.
We should get together. It's just smallest player. It's a great way to remember things. Jeff at Jess.
All right. I didn't understand. I don't know how to back over, but yeah, it should be
Cool. I'll email you. Email two projects in construction. Oh, awesome. Where? One in Bakersfield and one in North Park.
Yeah. I didn't realize. My daughter came and we went and then we've been but I don't understand the nature of the first one. But yeah, no. Yes.
Yeah, I love finding a little pretty spot.
Oh, you can stay in the back. Okay. I'm gonna clean up the stage a little bit. And I'm gonna
Creo que para el baño, mi amor. Ven acá, ven acá. No, 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 no. Ven acá.
I was gonna give it to you afterwards. Yeah, yeah. A red turtle? That sounds amazing. Oh my gosh, what were you last year? Do you remember?
Mike, what's your turn?
What were you last year?
I don't know.
Ah, yeah? Okay. Oh, I like your cheetah shirt. That's awesome. And it's sparkly. Cool. Wow. My daughter's going to be a red dragon. But she's a little afraid of her costume because she's a little afraid of the dragon mask. It's a little scary. Yeah, she's a little afraid of it. So we might have to make a new dragon mask. Do you really? Amazing. Do you like dinos? Cool. That's awesome.
Okay. Careful. Good job. You did. You did good.
Okay, yeah, I think
With his presentation.
Okay.
let me call him.
All right. Is that you, Shimon?
Yeah.
So it's a PPT.
What time?
Usually we HT. Tu vas où, Louis? Right here? You are looking at how to connect your computer. You around? Okay. 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 See now. C'est papa, Louis. Okay. He'll
That's
be
the
here.
third.
Okay.
Okay.
He'll be here in a second.
This is the one with the large presentation.
Yes. And it has audio, so that's why we were.
And it's gonna be
We're going to start the next session. Can you please come in and
It might be too much
hi.
communication. We run for Cat
Can you
6
please come
HDR
in?
converter, and sometimes if it gets through a dongle,
Can you come in and please sit down? We're going to start the next session.
presentation also,
Jim,
and then I'll put it on.
you ready?
and
Can
it's
you
different than
please
the one that
come
you
down?
sent. Okay.
Let's sit down. Thank you. So, let's sit over here closer.
Well,
You can come in.
While this next one's going on,
Yeah,
just copy it
let's
to
sit
that,
close here.
and
We will
then
come in.
I'm also in the next one. You're out. Oh, you're this one.
Hello,
too.
hello.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
please come in
George,
and
just
grab a
when
seat?
he's done with that, get that flash drive. Let me have it. Is there more? Are there multiple presentations on that flash drive, or just that one?
I'm gonna put San Diego as a folder.
San Diego folder? Okay, great.
Hola,
I
¿qué
know
tal? ¿Cómo
exactly
estás?
what it is.
Bien, bien.
And then when the next one,
Hello. Can you please come in?
your laptop.
Thank you.
I'm going back up.
Please grab a seat.
And you can either get that to Melissa for whatever you need to do.
get it to you.
Okay.
Hello. So I see I'm gonna be a little bit like I see a lot of people sitting way in the back, and I'm not gonna ask you to please, we don't bite. I think sometimes, but please come down. Let's make it more cozy and kind of personal. Please come to the front. We want to see the face. We want to see it. Okay, let's go. Just don't sit in those ones over here because you don't see very well because there's the podium there, but definitely anything else. ¿Vale? Tenía frío en la mañana y luego ya ahorita con esta cosa y ahora sí tengo calor. Okay, man. Do I introduce? Or I can do this. No, I can.
All right, thank you, everyone. So for our second panel, this is the opportunity where we have students in discussion. So we're very excited and in discussion with our keynote speakers, Cruz Garcia, Natalie Frankowski from WAI Think Tank, which we're very, very excited to have them here. I know we're setting things up a little bit. I'm going to introduce Marcel Sanchez Prieto. He is an architect, co-founder of CRO Studio, and associate professor at the University of San Diego. He received his B.Arch from Iberoamericana, Universidad Iberoamericana, and he studied in Mexico City and Tijuana, and an M.Arch from UCLA. And he's going to introduce our panel. Great, thank you.
So I'm my partner Adriana Cuellar. She's part of my Crow Studio office. So thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna ask my colleagues, and right, I call them colleagues, students, because we are all students and we're colleagues. I'm gonna ask them to kind of pass, but I want to say that please welcome everybody. Thank you for being here, and it's really exciting to have many friends and students and colleagues in here. But I want to emphasize that this panel, for me, is one of the key panels, a very important panel, because in reality, all that we are doing throughout this year and in this day is about students. It's about how to help students and how to create a platform for students. And I think that in this regards, the reflection of the cross-border education in Israel Roundtable, what we're interested is in the voices of the students, those who are not only shaped by this educational system in our context, but also they are becoming the future architectural practice in this dynamic and very complex region. So the participation is essential because you are the ones who experience the challenges and opportunities of this firsthand. And I'm very, very interested to know your opinion. So we have Karen from Tecnológico de Tijuana.
Hi, thank you.
Coming in. Then we have Jesús Antonio from Escuela Libre de Arquitectura. Now we have Kobe Gordillo from University of San Diego. And we have Alexander, I don't know, Conja from New School of Architecture and Design. And of course, in today's discussion, I was concerned we could address topics around the experience, the challenges, and hopes of students, as well as maybe, and I say maybe, how can we advocate for a more interconnected and supportive architectural education system? So we are also joined by Cruz Garcia and Natalie Frankowski of Y Think Tank, who bring a valuable perspective on education and advocacy from an international standpoint. We are excited to hear from you and look forward to our thought-provoking and collaborative conversation. I'm not going to expand in the introduction of both of you because I will do it later so they can know. Right? So we'll start. I will start with the first question, in a sense, a very simple question, somewhat of an introduction of yourself and a bit of your trajectory history, and how and why you are at the school you are representing. Where a little bit of your background and say why you chose and what led you to be at the school you are. Whoever wants to.
I'll start. My name's Alex. I'm currently a fourth year at New School of Architecture. I was originally an engineering major after leaving high school, and when COVID hit, I knew I had some time to figure out something different because I wasn't a fan of what I was doing and studying. So I had a full 2 years to really think about what it is that I wanted to do, and I knew I wanted to do something more creative. And I met somebody in the master's program at New School, and talking to them more made me realize that architecture would be a really good move. And once I saw that New School was offering in-person classes again after COVID had ended, I enrolled, and it's been a good journey so far. And yeah, really happy I met that person.
I can go next. Hello, my name is Kobe Gordillo. I was born in Mexico City, but my family moved here when I was really little. So I did all my education in San Diego. Right now I'm in the University of San Diego. I'm majoring in architecture and minoring in Chinese and visual arts. And I chose USD because of its liberal arts program. Specifically, I knew it had the flexibility, the schedule had the flexibility to allow me to proceed with architecture and also be able to do Chinese and visual arts. What I really like about it is that I get to be in classrooms with people from different minors, and that allows me to see problems not only through the lens of architecture, but through other lenses. And yeah, in order to come up with a solution.
Okay, my name is Karen. I'm from Tijuana. I'm gonna speak in Spanish to do it a little different. And hola, mi nombre es Karen Godínez. Soy originaria de la ciudad de Tijuana. Actualmente estoy cursando el 7º semestre de universidad y para mí siempre ha sido un interés pues dibujar, como creo que muchos de nosotros compartimos esa pasión, y creo que a partir de arquitectura pude desarrollar este lenguaje no solamente pues para expresar mis ideas, sino también para entender las ideas de los demás. Y la verdad que participar como miembro de ATEA ha sido una oportunidad para pues no solamente conocer más personas y ampliar nuestros horizontes culturales, sino también para inspirar a jóvenes como ustedes, para que se animen a participar en organizaciones como estas, ¿no? Y poder resolver, los problemas que pues vemos en nuestra comunidad muchas veces.
I don't know if I'm because we don't want to kind of make it so long, so I'm just gonna leave it in Spanish. It's gonna be like English and Spanish. I will not try to translate every moment, so sorry about that, because otherwise it will be so long and it's gonna be just. So you understand more of it. Yeah.
Hola, mi nombre es Antonio Morales. Yo también nací en la Ciudad de México y estudié música en la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México. Toco el violonchelo y esa fue mi primer licenciatura, ¿no? Dediqué mucho tiempo al estudio y a la práctica de la música contemporánea, el violonchelo, la música clásica, y después me especialicé un poco en música antigua. Durante todo ese tiempo, en ese quehacer de la música y quehacer universitario, la música, conocí a un doctor, el doctor Julio Estrada, donde entré a su cátedra, y en esa cátedra me presentó a un compositor que me rompió la cabeza, Yanis Xenakis. Yanis Xenakis había trabajado con Le Corbusier, y para mí ese momento fue un parteaguas. Aparte, mis padres son arquitectos, y yo me había negado como al estudio de la arquitectura. Pero ese conjunto de situaciones, como lo de haber conocido a Julio Estrada, lo de que me presentara su trabajo de Yanis Xenakis, en aquel momento mi padre había comenzado una obra del arquitecto japonés Tadao Ando. Entonces todo eso se conjugó y de pronto me vi inmerso en la arquitectura también. O sea, de a poco fui como introduciéndome ahí y me di cuenta que necesitaba y quería estudiar arquitectura. Buscando en el país y en otros países, de pronto encontré a la Escuela Libre de Arquitectura, que ofrecía un programa muy distinto a las escuelas a las que yo tenía proximidad. Y en el 2022 decidí viajar y mudarme a Tijuana para comenzar mis estudios formalmente en la Escuela Libre.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Gracias. I'm going to do the same, Natalie and Cruz. I'm going to ask you why you chose and where do you study, right? The same question.
I think my story is a bit funny. I'm from another border in the Atlantic. I come from Puerto Rico. And I never met an architect in my life before going to school, right? Because that's not something that in my neighborhoods, we don't know architects. I knew engineers, so I thought I wanted to be an engineer. And I always tell this funny anecdote that there was a broken elevator. I was supposed to go to the engineering university to run track in college, and the elevator was broken, and my classmate that was going also to the track team said, "We're not gonna climb 10 levels after practice." So I switched to the university that was near my home, and they told me that they didn't have engineering. They only can offer architecture. And I was like, sounds similar to engineering to me. And I thought I wanted to be a designer and I deal with society and so on. And I think I wanted to be an architect, but I never met such a character or such a profession. I think I made the good choice because of that broken elevator, but there was a very small chance that I would be an electrical engineer today. And I don't know what I would be doing really, because maybe I would have been trapped in the discipline, or maybe I'll be making a lot of money, or I don't know, which is not the case now.
Yeah, we always think that if one day Cruz will write a book about why he studied architecture, it should be called The Broken Elevator, because it's like a really iconic title. So I'm sorry, for me it's less iconic. I would say even more traditional in a way, because I think like architecture was in my family somehow. I had like a great grand uncle who was an architect in Poland, and somehow my grandfather wanted my dad to become an architect. It didn't work. My dad was like much more like into like art and doing his own thing. So
he's an unprofessional architect.
Yeah, he still has traits of architect. But then so it was also something that was like, you know, I had a lot of books around me about architecture and so on. So I think very early on, I was like, I thought I would study architecture, but like a very interesting turning point happened more after in my studies. So I studied in France in two different schools. One was in Saint-Etienne, and then I graduated from Paris-La Villette. And suddenly in Paris-La Villette, I had the opportunity to be learning architecture through philosophy, through art, through filmmaking, through activists, and all the different like passions or interests that I had in life finally came together. And I thought, okay, that was a revelation for me, because I never saw myself as doing, just design per se, because I was like, also like I had all this, if it's anger or all this like different energy that I wanted that would lead me to do like very different types of output that were just not the ones that I would see at that time in architecture, like working with movie, working with idea of fiction, but also like addressing a lot of political issue and so on. And so being in that moment, in that school, in that program, really made everything come together for me. So it was very relevant for.
It's a program that came from May 68, basically. It's like those schools were founded after revolution in a way. So it makes sense that it was politically angled. So this is Emma, so she will be around today.
Welcome, Emma. Welcome. Welcome to So I think that what you said is interesting, because I think it leads to the next concern or question about what was the experience, in the sense of what was your experience navigating to architecture school, and what is it that you, in the process you're going through right now, the education, the experience of education, but also in the relationship of the broader context, right? Because we want to always tie it up in the sense of that experience. Did it have any relation? Did it have an impact? Did you were always considering what is the Latin relationship that you have in that experience of your education, separately or in context of this border region?
So for me, I wasn't 100% sure I wanted to do architecture. That's also one of the things that appealed to me about USC. Had the opportunity to be there 2 years, figure out what I wanted to do, and then declare a major. I ended up choosing architecture because, as I mentioned before, I grew up in San Diego, but I've constantly been crossing the border, whether it be to Tijuana, to Mexico City. And I would look at houses. I would look, especially in Mexico City, that's a city of so much contrast. And I'd be like, I want to build something. I want to make something that in those areas that are like poor and stuff, I want to find my way to like help those areas through architecture. So that's kind of what pulled me into architecture. And what's interesting is that even though I grew up in San Diego, I never, from elementary school to high school, there was never a connection to the border in my education. All the connections I had to the border were from my family, from me being born in Mexico. But other than that, in that education, there was no reference to TJ, to Mexico. The references and the actual connection to the border started when I started in USD. Specifically, I remember my first interaction with architecture and the border was in a studio class I took, where we were asked to design something in Tijuana. And for me, I thought, okay, well, I've been to Tijuana several times. This is easy. I know what Tijuana is like. I know what the community is like. But then I started thinking about the people in my class that had never been to TJ and that had never learned about those communities. So I guess it's making me think we need to find a way to connect those people to Tijuana, because in the end, it's a city that's right next to us and that we have a lot of opportunities between us.
Thank you so much. Somebody else?
Okay. Yo creo que mi experiencia en la carrera de arquitectura lo que me ha dejado es que no solamente tú puedes representar tus ideas en un plano, sino que también lo puedes ver. Arquitectura, pues es arte, como su palabra lo dice, pero también es arquitectura en 3D, ¿no? Es visualizar el arte en 3D que va más allá de solamente la estética, la funcionalidad. También creo que la arquitectura lo que me ha dejado en experiencia es aprender como, acaban de decir, justamente como reunir todas esas pasiones que tienes, porque a veces mucha gente pues no sabes hacia dónde dirigirte, pero en arquitectura encuentras varios caminos.
Pero yo te preguntarías, en esa experiencia que tú estás diciendo, I'm talking in Spanish now, so, ¿cómo ves tú cuando en tu experiencia, que como hablas del arte, de la arquitectura y la idea de creación, pero en tu educación, en tu institución, la idea de hablar de la frontera, de los temas de la frontera, de la condición de la frontera, ¿Cómo crees tú y cuál ha sido o qué significado ha tenido en ti una cuestión de estar en este contexto?
Ok. Justo para allá iba un poco. Creo que como algunos saben o han tenido la oportunidad de ver, Tijuana se caracteriza mucho por ser una ciudad que te brinda oportunidades a todas las personas que vienen. Entonces creo que desde ahí empieza la cultura. Yo llevo toda mi vida viviendo en Tijuana, entonces creo que las personas que vivimos ahí son siempre, tienen una personalidad siempre de ayudar a otros, de ayudar a la sociedad. Entonces creo que eso caracteriza mucho en mi educación, que también como arquitectos pues queremos ayudar a la sociedad. Entonces creo que eso es algo que también veo en mis maestros y en mis compañeros. A través de la arquitectura tal vez no siempre podemos solucionar todo, pero tratamos de aportar y dar ese pequeño granito de arena, ¿no? En esta situación transfronteriza, en este caso.
So the architectural educational experience I've had at New School has been one where it's a very tight-knit community, especially with the professors. So I find that myself and many of the other students have a lot of conversations inside and outside of studio about architecture. And the professors at New School have a history of dealing with the border context. So even though I'm not Hispanic or Mexican myself, my family is actually from Iraq. But through my professors and through New School, I became involved in talking about issues related to the border region that while I was always aware of as being a part of San Diego and born in San Diego, never had a hand in directly. And through becoming closer with them, doing studio projects related to the border region, having these conversations, and then with Ty and Atea starting up last year, there have been many events where myself and other students have been able to get involved and raise awareness about what's going on and see what the differences are by doing projects related to the border system.
Bueno, para mí ha sido una experiencia muy contrastante, ¿no? Desde llegar desde la Ciudad de México y estar solo en la frontera y de pronto ver el muro. Eso ya es imponente, creo que para todos los que por primera vez visitamos y no hemos estado en esta frontera. Cuando llegué, lo primero que pasó fue que llegué un viernes y el lunes ya estaba en la escuela libre. Respecto a esa parte era como ver esa reja que se veía desde la azotea, ya era frío, ¿no? Todo para mí fue como un balde de agua fría y un cambio radical. La escuela me sorprendió mucho porque estando en una zona que siempre ha sido un punto rojo, ¿no? Y mencionado así, es como ese corazón, sí de Tijuana, pero que tiene pues esta connotación muy negativa, pues tenía miedo, ¿no? De aproximarme a ese lugar. Sin embargo, la escuela me fue abriendo otro panorama y otro contexto respecto a eso. También desde estar en un sistema educativo como el de la UNAM, que es la universidad como más, como la principal universidad o de las principales universidades en México, que tenía un modelo educativo, un sistema y que a pesar de que yo venía como de la práctica artística, siempre era un sistema más tradicional. Pero cuando llegué a la ELA, ya era un sistema como de talleres, ¿no? Un poco más libre, donde había interdisciplina y transdisciplina, y poco a poco me fui dando cuenta del significado de por qué esa escuela estaba en esa zona, ¿no? Para meternos en un contexto. Entonces, también de a poco la escuela me ha ido moldeando una nueva imagen mucho más abierta, y eso ha sido súper enriquecedor, ¿no? También esto de estar en una interacción en la frontera me ha hecho cuestionarme, pensar siempre todos estos discursos que tenemos en la frontera, tanto del lado mexicano como del lado estadounidense, ¿no? Se viene mucho en el discurso que se repite, es que Tijuana es una ciudad muy joven, muy joven, tiene 130, 150 años, no sé, pero me hace pensar, ¿en serio es tan joven? ¿No puede reflexionar sobre otras ciudades? ¿No? Tenemos del lado también a San Diego, y San Diego de pronto es como un poco una utopía para el lado mexicano, pero después viviendo un poco del lado de San Diego, o sea, es decir, como visitándolo tan seguido, conociendo a tanta gente, te das cuenta que también tiene otros problemas y que empiezas a interactuar. Entonces, reflexionábamos ayer por la noche con mi compañera Rumi, mi Rumi que está acá, como, ¿qué es esa cuestión sobre lo transfronterizo? ¿Existe o no? Y nos estamos dando cuenta, o sea, a veces existe, a veces no existe, pero me ha hecho cuestionarme, siempre cuestionarme. Creo que ha sido muy importante para mí estar en esa escuela que está en ese punto y que me ha permitido reflexionar sobre el quehacer en ese lugar en específico y no como en el caso que la UNAM me ofrecía en otro contexto, ¿no? En una escuela, dentro de una ciudad gigante, dentro de un punto en el que digo que es el chilangocentrismo, ¿no? Si conocerán esta cuestión como del el que nos llaman chilangos a los nacidos en Ciudad de México o gente de Ciudad de México, y que allá se piensa que todo lo que pasa en el país es lo que pasa en la Ciudad de México y quieren resolverlo todo desde la Ciudad de México. Y no, empiezas a darte cuenta de otras cosas acá, ¿no? Em, Ayer se hablaba en una de las pláticas sobre el transporte público, de cómo se soltaban algunas cifras, no sé qué, pero había cosas que yo veía aquí que no aplicaban, ¿no? Digamos, en el caso de Tijuana. Y eso ha sido como un poco la incidencia que ha tenido en mí la educación de esa escuela en específico.
Thank you. Is what I'm going to do it now. I think that you put a lot of points there that we forget that, yes, although very young, we have a history, right? And I think that I contradicted the idea that we are building that history, we're regenerating. There's a history in there. We need not to forget, and how we're really reflecting that history that we're building. So in that sense, what I'm trying to get now to the next observation is that what obstacles, right? Where in your education, or what obstacles that you, because sometimes you have accessibility. We talked about it yesterday. There's some students who have access, that don't access. What is this situation of the border, the context, in seeing this duality, and what is the notion of accessibility of education or not education, or other types of education is not inside of the school? What are your reference?
Ok, no sé si alguno de ustedes ha visitado anteriormente el ITT, pero pues en mi experiencia lo que me pasa es como dirían, tal vez al estar separados por una línea fronteriza, sus problemas no se llegan a interlazar de cierta forma, pero por ejemplo, sales de la escuela a las 6 de la tarde, 5 de la tarde, y casualmente mi escuela está cerca de la línea por Otay, y todo el tráfico de la zona industrial pues te genera ahí tardar, en vez de hacer el traslado de tu casa en 30 minutos, terminas haciendo 2 horas atorado en el tráfico. Y pues quieran que no, salir de la escuela en esa experiencia es como que sales de la escuela, te enfrentas a horas de tráfico y luego todavía tienes que llegar a tu casa a hacer tu entrega del día siguiente. Entonces esas problemáticas a veces nos llegan a unir como, pero no lo vemos como a simple vista. También quería mencionar que, por ejemplo, con estos eventos transfronterizos que hemos hecho de charrettes y visitas a New School o la Universidad de San Diego, pues tomamos pues nuestras medidas de transporte y tenemos la experiencia de poder ir en trolley y pues conocemos un poco el sistema de tráfico, de cómo funciona, y darte cuenta que pues de ese lado de la frontera tienen mayor acceso a un mejor transporte, una mejor calidad de transporte, y decir, ¿qué pasaría si yo tuvieras estas oportunidades en mi ciudad de tomar solamente un trolley que me deje afuera de mi escuela y no tomar 3 camiones para cargar mi reglaté, mi tubo, mi cartón, porque pues no cuento con un vehículo, ¿sabes? Te hace ver esas cosas que dices, ¿qué pasaría si mis compañeros tuvieran estas posibilidades? ¿Qué cambiaría en mi desarrollo académico?
Yo quisiera también intervenir un poco en eso de parte, como hay cuestiones que veo, nosotros ahorita estamos aquí y pues por ejemplo cruzamos y estamos de este lado, pero tengo compañeros que por ejemplo no tienen visa y no cruzan. Eso ya tiene un límite y una merma, ¿no? Hacia el conocimiento y hacia la cultura, etcétera. También hay poco acceso a cuestiones culturales y hay menos museos en Tijuana, hay menos bibliotecas, hay menos accesos como al conocimiento, ¿no? En general. Eso sí veo que es algo fuerte en Tijuana, ¿no? Que hace mucha falta.
Pero igual, porque veo algunos temas que me ponen nervioso. Cuando hablan de que Tijuana es una ciudad joven, ¿qué quiere decir?
Que es una ciudad joven, es que es una ciudad en relación a otras ciudades que es de 120 años de historia que tiene, ¿no?
Pero historia colonial o había gente ahí antes o habían
Exacto,
caracoles o cómo se mide.
exacto.
Porque me pone nervioso, ¿no? Cuando usamos como una rúbrica ahí bien eurocéntrica para contar historia y estamos hablando de exclusión, inclusión y estamos contando que Tijuana tiene 130 años y me parece que eso es una historia ahí contada por europeos, ¿no? Y lo que me lleva de nuevo a la pregunta que comentabas. Y lo que sé de Tijuana lo sé a través de una autora que nos gusta mucho, que se llama Sayak Valencia, que escribió el capitalismo Gore, ¿no? De la hiperviolencia, del borde. Lo utilizo para entenderme a mí mismo, ¿no? Por mi otro borde hiperviolento en el Atlántico. Y me interesa esa cuestión de cuando dice que no hay acceso a los conocimientos, te refieres a acceso a instituciones, ¿no? Como museos y todo, porque estoy seguro que Tijuana está lleno de cultura, pero quizás no la que se considera como cultura con C mayúscula, ¿no? Dentro de las instituciones. Y es algo que nosotros como educadores y como instituciones ahora mismo estamos también repensando, ¿no? De qué conocimiento tiene un valor primordial, ¿no? O central dentro de lo que tenemos que aprender, porque si es aprender los cánones europeos, pues entonces no, pero entonces quizás es que hay que cambiar el enfoque, ¿no? Para parecerse menos a San Diego y parecerse más a Tijuana.
Quizás sí, y estoy totalmente de acuerdo. O sea, hay un quehacer que empuja y sí, hay muchísimo arte y cultura, etcétera, ¿no? Pero, por ejemplo, en Tijuana, en cuestiones de educación básica pública, hay muy pocas escuelas. O sea, todo lo demás, sí hay muchas escuelas que son privadas, ¿no? A eso me refiero. O sea, de las escuelas públicas, universidades públicas en Tijuana, no sé cuántas hay exactamente, pero están el TEC, UABC.
Claro que es parte de esa violencia institucional,
Exactamente,
estar cerca
es
del borde,
de esa
¿no? Del
estructura,
imperio.
sí. La mayoría de las personas que pueden tener acceso a cruzar a Estados Unidos, pues vienen a estudiar acá, por supuesto. A eso es a lo que me refiero con ese tipo de accesos. Bibliotecas públicas hay pocas y tienen muchos problemas en mantenimientos, etcétera, administración de todo eso.
Sí, lo que sí, o sea, entiendo la segregación social, la segregación que existe en la accesibilidad, ¿no? Inclusive la accesibilidad a servicios y cosas de esas. Pero estoy de acuerdo, ¿no? En el sentido de que la postura, el enmarcamiento de lo que hablamos de la historia, ¿no? O la forma en que hablamos de una historia, le hablamos de una historia, decir, de lo que le hablamos como un país en desarrollo, ¿no? Un país en ese sentido, ¿no?
Sí.
Entonces,
Aspirando a llegar a ser
aspirando
así,
a
¿no?
un
Como,
país en desarrollo,
como un
¿no?
imperio,
Imperio.
¿no?
Entonces, en ese sentido, creo que eso es lo que hablamos, que en este contexto, ¿no? A lo mejor la pregunta de que en este contexto y reflexionando de la educación que estamos haciendo, que nosotros debemos de construir esa educación, debemos de construir esos parámetros, esas historias, ¿no? Que en realidad no las han contado y que nosotros las tenemos que construir, las tenemos que generar, las tenemos que descubrir, ¿no? Y que en ese sentido creo que es lo que también, a lo mejor la pregunta, ¿no? Que estamos hablando en la currícula, ¿no? En la currícula que ustedes tienen en la escuela, o sea, ¿qué obstáculos hay para obtener ese grado de conocimiento, ¿no? Ese grado de llegar a ese punto.
Y si es posible también, ¿no? Si el conocimiento es moldearse a la educación estandarizada de la arquitectura que nos convierte casi como en monigotes, ¿no? Dentro de un sistema ahí bien homogéneo, o si te permite también encontrarte a ti mismo, ¿no? En tu historia, en tu territorio.
Sorry. I see it as a woman, no? I don't, there's been a few times throughout my architecture career where I've felt, and I'm like, yes, there's women architects. I want to see more of that. I want to see more theory based on feminist architects. You know, yesterday at the board ecologies panel, I got to see that. No, I got to see 3 architect women talking about what they think and how they think we can change. You know, I want to see more of that, and I feel that that's something that is, there's starting to be a push towards that, but we're still missing like another step. I also see it as a Hispanic. No, I want to see more reference to Hispanic architecture, to Latinos working in architectural practices today, and yeah.
So Alex, maybe you're missing a little bit of the conversation. But we were talking about a little bit that is, what are we missing? What are we what is the history, what is the context we're talking about in this region, right? Did we talk about the history of maybe a developing, right, city, a developing country, a developing kind of thing, more in a very kind of typical way of Western kind of ideology. And the things that we're talking about, what are we missing? In the sense of education and the curriculum, and what we need to construct, right, and then construct this new history that we need to develop. And it's interesting, right, because now you're part of this, right, and you're in this region.
So I think that being a student, mainly on the San Diego side, and then not dealing with the border region before school, and seeing how the education at New School is being now the main institution after Woodbury goes. There's still USC, there's still Southwestern, and I think it's about how do these schools alongside the schools in Tijuana talk about these issues together through TAAE. And I think that the access issues that we face on the San Diego side is the access to the conversation, where if I didn't meet the professors I did, if I didn't become close with them, I wouldn't be connected to this side. So I think that access is how do you get the students from the San Diego side to become invested in these issues, to become people who think about it in this way, who become involved, who try to build this social connection to the other side. And I think that we try our best at New School to make these conversations relevant across studio, in and outside of the curriculum, doing things where even in our extracurriculars, I have a club that I founded at New School where we do get to talk about how what we do in studio, how these projects influence on a larger scale, how these connections be built into practice. So I think that for the San Diego side, it's a thing of awareness, of making sure that you have students that aren't directly involved with the border region naturally to become involved with it. And then this extends to other issues that the architect deals with politically. How do we raise the awareness in the student to address these issues, to think about them? We obviously think about it in an extremely local sense into our geography, into our cultural climate. But this thing of how do you get students to be aware of what political action, what issues and ideas to invest themselves in outside of design is one that I think schools can focus on no matter their region.
I think let me go back to maybe here, Cruz. Can you reflect on what you're hearing, right? In the tone, right? In the ideologies these conversations are being placed on. What is how do you see how? I know it's a snip, right? But what it's very difficult, right? But how do you see it, right? Where do you see these comments, and where do you see this region? What is it mirror in the context of the world, in the discussion of the world?
Yeah, I think I'm going back to something you mentioned when you started, that you were there because of liberal arts. And I feel like even in my own experience, first as a student, right, and now as a professor, researcher, whatever, I'm constantly fighting with the universities as an employee, right, as a worker, as a teacher, as somebody that cares about people, you know. And I think like there is this idea that, and I think it's everywhere. I think finally now, you know, because we were in China for like 7 years and then have the chance to come back, and now I'm getting invited to go to different parts of Latin America finally, right? Because I come from Latin America somehow, even if Puerto Rico sometimes is forgotten there in that limbo of its kind of colonial relationship to the US, that there's a lot of aspiration, right? Because of the pressure that empires put on the continent, right? To be an architect is to be such and such. And sometimes I feel like, and don't get me wrong, it sounds a bit brash, but I feel like the more oppressed the country by the US, the more professional the schools become. And there's an aspiration of being an architect in the capital A, Le Corbusier type of way. And there's very little space to do what the humanities in those places do, which are, I think, some of the most radical humanities around the world are in Latin America, including Mexico, right? They're in Guatemala, they are in Brazil, they're in El Salvador, right? Like some of the philosophers, the indigenous activists, they are literally in the cutting edge of what the world should be striving to do, right? And we can see it in the indigenous struggles, right? We can see it in the relationship with Palestine. We can see it in many of the other things that are happening around the world. And somehow architecture is so lacking behind somehow, right? We're still looking at the masters, you know. Let's look at Kalash. Let's look at this and that. And I feel like that's why you don't see feminist discourse that much, right? Because feminist discourse is way ahead. They are leading us. Meanwhile, we are like stuck looking at our tail, you know, somehow. and I think institutionally, I feel like, and that would be also an invitation, is like we need to break away from architecture school somehow. Architecture school is a very toxic space, has been historically. Talking about short histories, architecture school has a kind of short history in this continent, and it's very colonial, right? And I think like the more we are able to like infiltrate and like break it away and erode it, right, and let those humanities, you know, contaminate and make us less architects, the closer we'll be to some sort of justice in a way, right? And it's not all about building stuff, right? There's like tearing down, there's asking questions, there's being very uncomfortable on the spotlight, there's being something that architects are really bad at, and architecture is really bad because it only mostly teaches this, is being humble about our limitations, right? We're mostly taught you have to stand there and pretend that you're a professional and you know what you're talking about, even if you actually have no idea what you're talking about, right? Which is pretty much like architecture studio dynamics, pretty much, right? And there needs to be a humbling down of the discipline. And I think, like, of course, students give me hope, but they give me most hope when they are not so happy in school, right? The more happy students become in school, and of course, maybe you're the good students, right? I'm also interested in hearing about the bad students, the ones that are not following the homework and they are like, I'm going to drink. I hate this thing.
We have the bad student. Always the bad student.
Right. So I like also to think about where are the bad students at and why are they pissed off against this? Because you may find there the friction. Like we work with some indigenous activists in Iowa, and I remember this woman called Shelly Buffalo. She came. And she was barefoot, you know, talking to our students, saying like, I don't know why you pay for tuition. We pay for it with our land that was stolen from us. And she said, I used to be a student here in this College of Design. And I left it because it was the whitest thing I ever been in, right? And I felt, you know, the pain because I was a teacher there. And I'm like, I'm trying to like change it slightly, but I don't know if we're managing, right? Because it's such a big institution. And I feel like that was maybe the bad students that we actually need, in a way, right? Because they are the ones that see the problem in the institution, right? And it's an invitation to be more discontent with what you're seeing, right? To be shocked, to be upset, you know, like why? And sorry, but there was a panel of all men here before, right? Yeah. I was like, oh shit! I thought we have banned those. And I know it's difficult to because women are busy too, right? Like, you know, matter of fact, I'm sitting here because Emma is here hanging out with the mom, right? So there's a lot of obstacles that we have to come through to even be here, right? So yeah, it's not a shot, but at the same time, I don't think we're doing too much. We're still very stuck. And I hear a lot of promise, but also I'm afraid that if you like architecture school so much, it's for the wrong thing, like what I think is the wrong thing, right? And we should not be trying to be professional. Maybe we should be trying to do something else that is leading us towards the things that we actually care about. If I ask you personally what you care about in life, maybe it's not exactly what architecture is offering to you, right? And I'm more there, you know, in the bad student, good student, you know. I've been all of them, of course, right? And I also have all of them as students too.
No, I really appreciate your point of view, and then that's something that is interesting because yesterday was like we were talking about. We have a more perspectives of the women, right, and how we are care, right, you know, and the idea of how we're going to do that. And we had a panel, yes, all male, and it's interesting because we had this conversation, saying, well, I'm gonna put Paulo in the spotlight, and said, David, we want to invite Miquela, and Miquela said, no, Paulo's gonna do it because I'm too shy. And that's the problem, right? And that's something we need to talk about. It's suddenly why it's difficult sometimes to have women, right? Have the more voice. And I have to say that Adriana has been very key in also understanding that side and how to understand that. And I have to say that. Kobe, I really appreciate the point of view, right? Because it's telling us also what is we need to reflect. Now, going back to your point in the saying that the students, right? The students are a big factor to them to question, to move the school, to tell us, to really resonate, because maybe we have our own biases. We have very strong, right? Yeah, we're sure. And students need to raise their voice and really tell us, have the voice to really challenge what we're doing. And I think that this is important. This is that's why we need to kind of show you different perspectives, so you can get exposed and kind of reflect. There's no truth in any of this.
It's really interesting because UNAM, you were in UNAM, right? UNAM has a history of activism that is incredible, but maybe it's not architecture school, right? Maybe they're the, maybe a school that tends to be more aligned with the state interest, right? And with the people that privatize things. That's why the students are protesting, right? So when we say the students, we have to be specific, right? Students are mobilizing, right? I feel like architecture tends to be a discipline that historically attracts a certain class of students. And then if you're not that type of student, they try to shape you into that type of student, because otherwise you're not gonna get a job with your professor, that is this amazing architect that is gonna make you work for free, right?
Or like the show that we just saw in the other room, right? No, I would like to. This is great in the sense that we would like to kind of know, right, more, and then going back to this understanding that. What do you think? What in your opinion, what other opportunities exist for a cross-border notion? What are the opportunities that you think we can exist? I know we can collaborate. I know we can kind of start doing some sort of relationships. I know that we can kind of learn from each other. I know that we can create a little bit more conscience about us. But where do you think there are the opportunities beside that?
Creo que como se mencionó ahorita, algunos de nuestros maestros, también se platicaba un poco en el panel de ayer, han tenido la oportunidad, pues, al verse limitados en sus épocas al estudiar arquitectura, al ver no pocas oportunidades de estudio, iban a estudiar a la Ciudad de México y después volvían ellos después a estudiar y de cierta forma pues educan con esa idea centralista, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros al estar en la frontera creo que tenemos esa oportunidad de oír un poco, salir de esas ideas y a través de, pues les digo, los paseos que a veces organizan los maestros, que muy pocas veces por cuestiones de permiso, seguridad, y son pocos alumnos los que se animan, que vienen y pueden salir de esas ideas y conocer un poco de un mundo. Tijuana y San Diego, al ser unas ciudades transfronterizas, pues, y tener un aeropuerto internacional, llega gente de todas partes del mundo, así que podemos decir que Tijuana y San Diego son unas ciudades que tienen varias culturas, ¿no? Y entre esas culturas se mezclan con otras culturas y se crea un mundo, pues, sin fin. Y creo que esa es la oportunidad, ¿no? Tal vez sí tenemos limitaciones, pero también tenemos esas oportunidades para también salir a explorar aquí mismo y pues conocer también nuestras ideas entre nosotros mismos.
Bueno, sí, coincido mucho con lo que dice Karen, ¿no? En algún momento el año pasado, cuando se presentó esta TAAE, habíamos hecho un comentario, ¿no? Sobre cómo Tijuana no era tan México y San Diego no era tan Estados Unidos, ¿no? Como que se vuelve pues esta región que se queda aislada en realidad de muchas cosas, porque Tijuana está súper alejado de la federación y San Diego, pues cosas próximas como grandes, está Los Ángeles a 2 horas, entonces era como, ni modo, tenemos que convivir acá, ¿no? Y hay un montón de oportunidades, y como dice Karen, sobre las cuestiones transculturales, etcétera, pero también podemos ir observando muchísimas situaciones en un montón de contrastes en microespacios, ¿no? Es decir, igual hay regiones que San Diego pues tiene por ahí escondidas y de pronto la encuentras y tienes estas situaciones, ¿no? Igual, obviamente, Tijuana, y lo vamos viviendo, interactuando de esa manera y vamos creando como otro espacio que reflexiona por sí mismo y habita por sí mismo y es único, ¿no? Incluso es único en sus orografías, los ecosistemas, ¿no? Todas esas cosas. Incluso la contaminación es diferente a otras ciudades. Sí, lo sé. O sea, por ejemplo, en Ciudad de México te pican los ojos o te duele la garganta por el smog, ¿no? Pero de este lado, pues hay otro tipo de contaminantes, hasta eso. El frío se vive distinto y eso nos moldea de otra manera, ¿no? Algo que pasa importante, por ejemplo, en la escuela libre es que tenemos algunas materias, o sea, como que tiene un pensamiento en el que tienes que hacer una inmersión, ¿no? Entonces tienes que estar siempre activo, practicando, yendo a las visitas de obra cada semana y eso. Y lo que comenta Karen, de que pues como es una clase en la que tenemos que ir y los miércoles hacemos una visita de obra, podemos ver una fábrica, una casa pequeña, una remodelación, y nos ha tocado también venir de este lado a esas situaciones, ¿no? ¿Cómo se está construyendo tal cosa? ¿Cuáles son los sistemas? Y te vas dando cuenta en, en lo difícil que a veces es hacer la transformación, por ejemplo, del sistema métrico que usa Estados Unidos con el sistema internacional y estas cuestiones ahí de los
Sí,
propios.
la situación es de que, o sea, regresando un poquito a la cuestión de la frontera, o sea, la polémica, las polémicas que se generan en una frontera y las diferencias que se generan en este contexto, las desigualdades que se generan en este contexto, las opresiones que se generan en este contexto, esos son elementos que tenemos que empezar a reflexionar y abordarlos más de frente, ¿no? O sea, que es en ese sentido, es lo que creo que tenemos una oportunidad para decir qué es el valor que estamos nosotros trabajando, ¿no? En qué momento trabajamos. Me gustaría pararlo un poco ahí porque el tiempo se está haciendo un poquito ya acortando y me gustaría abrirlo al público para que preguntas del público vengan a la conversación. So I'm talking, sorry, anybody who has you're not a student, Blas.
The urge. I know the urge.
You want to be, but you're not.
We all students. Yeah.
In our box.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, the border is a large project to fix or mutate into something new. And as people who have been around it longer than some of us from different places, how can it be broken up into smaller bits and able to take a small step forward and gain some progress?
That question is not for me, it's for them, right?
We can go at night with a pickup and take it down, right?
So any of you want to kind of answer the question? Or Cruz, I don't know, anybody.
I can, well, see, I don't think the border has to be fixed. I think we just need to learn to collaborate with one another, no? I think in the end, what makes me or any US or any San Diego architecture student different from any other architecture student in the US is that we share a border with Tijuana, and the same with the students of Tijuana, no? I think we have a great opportunity of being able to create either a double degree program or a studio that's collaborative, in which we get to learn from one another, no? There's no necessity for breaking apart. I think it's more of like bringing together.
So go ahead, sorry. Somebody else wants?
Yo creo que estoy muy de acuerdo con Kobe. Creo que, como ya dijo, o sea, la idea aquí, obviamente no podemos, por más que quisiéramos nosotros cambiar todas las políticas de nuestro país y romper con la barrera, pues siempre va a estar ahí, al parecer, pero el simple hecho de que esté ahí no significa que eso nos vaya a limitar como nuestras capacidades que tenemos. Y sí, a veces nos volvemos locos en nuestros salones de clases y decimos, ay, no queremos estar aquí, y hay gente que tampoco quiere estar ahí, pero por eso se crean espacios como TAAE, para que nosotros podamos pues aprovechar esta pues conexión y pues interactuar, aprender de otros para crear iniciativas tanto en nuestras escuelas y decir, no me gusta esto, pero ¿qué puedo hacer para cambiarlo? ¿Qué puedo aprender de San Diego University? Y tal vez no empiece con la misma calidad y el mismo presupuesto, pero puedo ahí es donde uno empieza a trabajar como un arquitecto, ¿no? Y saca su lado creativo y con las cosas más baratas que encuentre y pues poco a poco, con un poco de fe que se mencionaba en el chalet de ayer, bueno, en el panel, un poco de fe y esfuerzo, pues vas a ir progresando poco a poco, pero no son cambios que se ven de la noche a la mañana, simplemente es un progreso y aportar y empezar con tu granito de arena.
Yo voy a regresar a la pregunta a Cruz, o sea, escuchando lo que comentan ellos, cómo, o sea, ¿qué opinión? En realidad no podemos arreglarlo, no hay un fix, o sí hay un fix. ¿O qué?
I fucking hate the border. So my relationship to my relationship to the US as a colonial subject of it, as a racialized colonial subject, I have nothing to defend about this country, really. And every instrument of violence that it installs, like the wall, the wall is a racist monument, right? The fears, the rapists, that the violent, the people are gonna take jobs, all the bullshit that the U.S. empire wants to project on the violence it generates, right? Because you can track it all back to the U.S., right? Importing drugs, destabilizing countries across Latin America in since its foundation, So it's undeniable. I wouldn't. In the same way that I think all the racist monuments of the South have to come, that's one of the racist monuments of the South, right? So there's nothing for me to romanticize about it. I would if I could, I will bring it down. I will imagine how it can come down. I think it's possible. Everything that comes up has a way to fall. And I think we should not leave the hope of doing that. Even if you acknowledge that it's there, you should never play the games of Empire, because that's what Empire wants to make you believe, that it's infallible, that it cannot come down, right? And I think we are witnessing slowly how that violence is crumbling, right, in its own weight, because you cannot uphold violence like this for too long, right? Colonialism has a really short history in our history, right? It's 500 years only out of many, many years we've been here, right? So I would say we need to be creative. Science fiction plays a role in this. Poetry plays a role in this. And imagine, something else. And sometimes it takes ignoring it and pretending that it's not there, even if we're going crazy with bureaucracy, and figuring out ways to be solidary, right? And questioning our own biases that are based on because that monument is there, right? And I think that it takes a lot of effort, but also it's an opportunity for imagination and creativity, right? To think beyond that. For me, the border is such a funny thing too, because you have same people almost, basically inhabiting one leg on one side and the other leg in the other. We've done some workshops in Chihuahua too, all the water crisis being sent to. It's so insane to me. Yeah. So I don't know. Thank you for bringing me here, because I'm in another part of it, but still just makes me mad to think about it.
It's good. It's good. I think that well, I will hold my comments for, but I think I would like to open it up more for more questions. Somebody else has a question? Juliana, I think. Blas.
I just want to make one comment to the question of the border will always be here. Another way to imagine how the border doesn't have to be here, another tool we have is history, because history shows us that the border is an aberration. It's a blip. I mean, it is a fairly recent phenomenon. If we think about even the longer history of migration between US and Mexico, it's always been, for its longest time, it has been a circular migration. So in other words, the idea that you would be trapped on one side of the border or the other is a recent legal police state fiction. So history tells us that it can not only that it can be undone, but it takes tremendous energy to actually keep it up. And that means that it is extraordinarily vulnerable to our political imaginations and our political wills. A question that we ask in the studio every single time we look at the site in San Diego is to ask the students to do a 500-year history of the site rather than a 20-year history of the site. And that instantly puts the border The idea that there's a Mexico and there's a US and that the two are so separate makes it a artifact of a very particular circumstance and therefore a very limited one.
Thank you. You were not a student, Juliana, but it's okay.
It's the urge.
Okay, so somebody else has a question? Blas, you're not a student, but okay. So
We have a slogan in our collective that is all the students are the teacher. So kind of everybody's a student. Everybody's a teacher.
So lately, I've been really questioning about values and how values shape our reality, because they are the lenses that we're looking things through. And I wanted to ask everyone in the panel, or whoever wants to answer, if you could maybe describe what are the values of studying architecture in the context of Tijuana, San Diego, in the schools that you are, and probably what kind of values should be the ones that we'll need to pursue, understanding these asymmetries that we were talking yesterday about the inequality that we live in Mexico, but then you have a further inequality when it's a binational city as San Diego-Tijuana.
I'm going to hold on to. So anybody, the students, you want to, what do you think? That question. What values do you think?
So what values? What values should we pursue in school? I think it's approaching projects with a critical lens, and I think that's something that is essential to architecture education, is not only knowing what a project is about, but how to critically think about it. And I think that looking at the history of the site, the history, the context that it exists in, both in a physical presence but in a historical presence, is important. And I like to go back to a comment that you made earlier about the architect looking back at its tail and talking about Corbusier. I think that we should actually look back and be willing to look back at the history of architecture always, and it should always be relevant, and that we need to look back and see not only how we deal with the issue that we are dealing with at hand, but looking through the historical lens of how other architects have dealt with other issues, for better or for worse, with their results. So when looking at something like this and talking about the border and talking about the wall and how it exists as a physical object, looking and doing something like where students look into what Rem Koolhaas said about the Berlin Wall and how that shaped a thesis of his own and relating that to their own situation. So I think that being able to value a critical lens, understanding history, having a wide variety of research to look into these issues and understand what social movements in architecture have existed, because I think that while results of modernism obviously ended the way they did, postmodernism as a thing, that the role to look at these things critically is to pick out why things were done, what could have worked, what didn't work, and to use that as a toolkit when approaching this as a next step. Because when it comes to trying to solve the border, like, we can't immediately go, this is how we solve it, but we do attempts. And the thing is that our projects, these moments will become a part of that process where 50, 100 years from now, people go, what were they doing then? They didn't know. But you have to trust that people will be able to critically see the true efforts that we are going down as educators, as students, and looking into these real problems and thinking about solutions, because there are good people throughout history that have been trying to come up with solutions around this thing. And it's about finding what they were trying to do. And I think that that's a critical lens in going through the projects and trusting your teachers and trusting that the projects are to install good values and how to approach these projects.
I think I'm going to intervene there. I think in this, I think you trust your teachers, but also challenge your teachers. So I think it's a critical thing that we don't always we are not the vessels of knowledge. So we need to challenge, and I could tell you first, challenge your challenge them, question them, really rethink about it. What is it that we are being handed on? One more questions. Yes, sorry. Okay. One more question to the public. Somebody else. Here, Blas, you're not. Here's a student here, Blas.
I mean, I have questions, but
Okay.
anyone? No, because it was a little about that, about architectural education. And I know that when you feel like representing a school, and you're ELA and ENSA and these different schools, and you feel that you have to wave the flag, right? So that was my question a little bit, be a little more critical. But it was similar to that, but in a more negative way. Meaning, like, instead of asking you for the values that you see, for me, it was more about asking you to think about what is lacking. What do you see lacking? What do you see think that this has to be brought to the foreground in my architectural education? What is it that I'm missing? And I would like to see more of X. I would like to see more of Y. So it was a little bit of that question. And I also had a question. I also had a question for Cruz, which is about education. A statement that you made, Cruz, that I would like to just expand a little bit about how recent history of education has been built around a colonial framework. So I was just curious to hear you expand a little bit on that, right? And those two things.
I think he's gonna have a whole lecture about it.
I know.
So he's
Yeah.
gonna talk
So
about-
maybe yes, exactly.
So I
Take
think
the question till I segue to the
so,
lecture.
That's
to the
right.
next lecture. So I will hold on to that. I'm sure he's gonna answer many of those points in there. But you had a question. Yeah, you want to do it? Let's do it. Sorry, I'm gonna spend a little.
So you touched on the subject of taking a critical lens in architecture, and Marcela, you just mentioned how as professors, as much as you are professors, you're not necessarily always the vessel of knowledge necessarily. At USD, a very theory-focused program, I guess there's a lot of emphasis on learning the history of architecture. I feel like I'm constantly learning about everything that's happened in the past in architecture, and taking that kind of critical lens, I've come to find myself often wanting to export all these ideas, all this history that we learn in our classes in my studio, and I've often found myself felt like I'm in shackles or constrained in a way. So I guess my question is, how can we help students utilize and kind of, I guess, expound everything they learn in a liberal arts education and apply it to real life problems, or to how can we better teach students to express everything that we learn? Because I feel like we're soaking in so much information, but yet I feel constrained in my ability to bring it
digest
out.
all that.
Not to digest, but to create from that.
I don't. Yeah, I want to answer that in my own perspective, but I think that there's a way to kind of think about that. That what we are trying to do is expose you, to give you different perspectives and different points of view, right? And I don't want to be the person trying to give an answer in that sense, because then I'm choking the conversation here. But I think that Cruz, in the sense of where that's why I think it's important to have their voice, because they're in a way they're trying to challenge these things, and how the knowledge you grab, right? And I'm gonna go to the knowledge you have, the education you have. Sometimes you feel constrained in shackles, and say, how do you challenge that, right? How do you start criticizing that? And the history helps us to kind of realize, right, and understand different moments that it would not make sense at the beginning or at the first round, but you need to kind of work on it. You need to kind of study it. You need to kind of really develop it in that sense. And I'm going to say that hopefully in the next, that we're going to segue to the next presentation, it will give us a little bit of that and tell us different perspectives in that. And I'm gonna put it onto you to tell us that.
Intrigue and a lot of expectation because nobody knows who we are, so they're like, who are these people that you're referring to?
So I'm gonna end there this conversation. I really appreciated your points of view. Of course, this is only a glimpse, only a fraction, and hopefully in the future we continue having these dialogues in the school, in the hallways, going somewhere, that we're always going to kind of have the opportunity to still kind of have these conversations. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time and points. So yes, sorry about we are going to have 10-minute break, right? 10-minute break. Is that correct? 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I was not being oh.
Another one.
All right. Claro.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Nos da una gran visión.
Ahora a ver, que a tirar molotovs.
Sí, exactamente. El pensamiento crítico es...
Sí, eso es lo más urgente. Debería ser el más común, pero no lo es. Oh no, what did you fail? Did you saw it? Good sides. Is it on? Can I test it?
He's gonna test it. Give us one. So for the last presentation, we're gonna have you sit. Yeah.
All right, let's...
Yeah, she won't be. Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna try. Yeah. He'll take care of that. It's all right.
It's okay.
Put that back, and then let's. You want to use the presenter or
Yeah.
arrows? Okay.
Would be great.
Okay. Yeah.
So I tried?
Yeah, let's switch out. Go ahead and. But I do want to use your pouch.
guys, whoever's here, text your friends that we are already here and come back. We're lost all our audience.
They're gone.
Where are they?
We're gonna talk to the professors.
They went to the border. Yeah. They got excited and they went to the border to tear it down. That's true.
That's pretty cool.
So let's get everybody. Yeah, so weird. I should have said 5 minutes. Don't go away. I should have said 5 minutes. Don't go far. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Don't go far. No, never. 2 minutes. Don't go. Like the last time. That's why they gonna. Oh, okay. I cannot go.
Yeah, when we do love leaders in Puerto Rico, we have this saying that time is like oil construct, and every day we start like later and later until the last day is like we are almost 2 hours, but nobody's expecting that we're gonna start early. Everybody just assumes that it's gonna get later and later.
What? ¿Dónde está Daniel?
Came to talk to the students, end up talking to the teacher.
No, aquí está todo el mundo. Porque todos los del todo. Ya. Sí, what should we do? What should we do? What's the time? That's hard stop, 7:30. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. We need to kind of get it going. What time? What is the time? Okay, there's more students. Let's get it. Slowly, let's get it. Familia.
If somebody at some point can take a picture with your phone and send to us, it'd be great because it's 2 lectures we given and we get no picture. They never happen.
Tell me when it's 6. 1 minute. Okay, let's start sitting down, please. Let's start sitting down because we're gonna start at 6. We are gonna hopefully everybody I know was a little bit hungry and went to the pavilion to get something.
Somebody wants a banana. That's the purpose.
Okay. I think we're gonna start because time is of the essence. So I'm not gonna do an introduction, extensive introduction. So I'm just gonna name it very quickly, right? I'm gonna say it's a great honor, right? And we are very happy to have Cruz Garcia and Natalie Frankowski, both of White Think Tank. And I'm just going to leave it at that. And he's going to be part of the next. Thank you so much.
So we didn't want necessarily an introduction because the presentation is like the introduction. And I don't know how many of you have seen this documentary before. And hopefully people will come in. If they miss the beginning, they still can see the documentary. How many of you have seen this documentary before? Only one person in the audience. So this is Aquí Vive Gente. So do you know Bad Bunny? The Puerto Rican musician, trap singer, Latin trap, reggaetonero, whatever. 2 years ago, he released this video, part of his album, And we were all waiting for his video. And then, like the same day he dropped it, I was watching in the computer, and then we saw like there's a lot of millions of people already watched this today, but this video lasts 20 minutes, and we were wondering like, did he do like a Michael Jackson type of video or something like that? And then we realized that he had commissioned Bianca Grau Lau, that is an independent journalist. He has seen her work online, and the team called her, and she thought it was a scam, and then it ended up being real, where he wanted her to talk about 3 things that are afflicting Puerto Rico as part of his music video, because he's so famous. Then people can learn about the ongoing colonial situation in Puerto Rico. And then the video focused on the privatization of the electrical grid, basically privatization and the dispossession of homes from people, and the privatization of beaches, right? So what was really interesting about this, and I think in the context here in San Diego and Tijuana, is that Bad Bunny video really revealed to the world, like we always knew it, the connections of how colonialism makes connections around the world, right? I come from the world's oldest colony. Puerto Rico was invaded in Christopher Columbus' second trip, and we've been a colony ever since, right? 400 years from Spain, 120-something years from the US, and it connects, to the things that we were talking about walls, monuments that are racist monuments, right? Like monuments to empire, monuments to the ecological destruction, about ecological spoliation, social fragmentation, and so on, right? And something that we had to understand when we talk about this is that these things they're not isolated. They're part of an infrastructure that is planetary. Colonialism is a planetary infrastructure, and it has effects that you can compare in a way, right? Like that's why people that want you to only focus on one place and a history of certain years, I always find very problematic, right? Because then it makes us miss the overall infrastructure, right? Like the solidarity of white supremacy is something real, and which brings us to maybe to the most urgent crisis today, right? That is a completely architectural fabrication, right? In the case of occupied Palestine and the construction of the state of Israel, with all the infrastructures of oppression, segregation, apartheid, racialization. And I put these 2 images here because this is the very bizarre thing that happened this week, that Joe Biden, the president of the US, is offering a long-awaited apology for the history of Indian boarding schools, basically acknowledging one genocide many years later, while they're actually doing another one, right? Like this is like a US genocide being done in Palestine, right? With our money, with the weapons that are manufactured here, and with full permit and complicity of the United States, right? Complete destruction of a people and a place. And why do architects don't talk about this is something that we ask ourselves. And we had the chance to publish this essay a couple of weeks ago in the Avery Review that is called Cowardice as Architectural Theory, right? How to think of cowardice as a position, right? In architecture that has a really long history of architects always avoiding the important issues of the time, whatever they are, right? In the 60s, they were not talking about whatever was happening in the 60s. In the 90s, they were not talking about whatever was happening in the 90s, and now we are doing it again, right? We go to every architecture series, lecture, and so on. It looks like nothing is happening as children are being blown to pieces, right? So about today's lecture, and I wanted to set it like that, right? So it's a serious, on a serious note, about loud reading. What does loud reading means to us? And we like to start with something that we call biographical notes, right? Who are we? Why we don't want an introduction necessarily.
So sorry. Today, usually I have a team of a loud player. Today she's a loud sleeper. So I'll do my best to join the conversation as a loud reader. We partition the presentation of today in chapters, and our first part deals with the idea of history. So history doesn't exist. There is no post or pre in this vision of history that is not linear ontologically, but rather moves in cycles and spirals and sets out on a course without neglecting to return to the same point. The indigenous world does not conceive of history as linear. The past future is contained in the present. The regression or progression, the repetition or overcoming of the past is at play in each conjuncture and is depending more on our acts than on our world.
This is a quote by Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui, right, a Bolivian philosopher, and it talks about time, that for us is really important. It's something that we're always discussing. And just to give you a bit of background, it's the three of us, right? I'm Cruz, Natalie, and Emma that is sleeping under Natalie's shirt. And this is really important, right? Because it relates to our practice and our way of thinking. This is a letter that we wrote to our daughter to explain the origins of her name when she was born, right? That we were collaborating with the Funambulists, that is a magazine of politics and architecture in France. And they have asked us to contribute a piece, and then our daughter was just born, and all we can think about was our daughter was just born. So we asked the editor if we could actually just, an issue that had to deal with land, from settler colonial property to land back. We could write a letter to explain to her the origins of her name, right? Emma from Emancipation, Yusarix being a sort of Taino Afrofuturist name, and try to explain to her through these images and the text how the two institutions we work in mostly, that are universities and museums, are mostly gonna try to lie to her about her history, and we wish that she can use her name to trace her origins somehow, right? Even if I don't know where my origins are, I know that they all scatter. I'm the product of human trafficking from indigenous people in the Americas and indigenous peoples in Africa. So how can we use architecture in a way as a device to challenge time? When we talk about history, I was getting so nervous. Like, what do you mean 130 years of history? What does that mean, right? To the histories that are not encompassed within those frameworks, right? Of empire and the superpowers, right? So in a way, like, we made this map, a diagram that maps our practices and how they relate, like from teaching. It comes from a Vejigante mask. That is a Puerto Rican practice that was kind of reappropriated from a kind of racist colonial Spanish practice, and for us has a completely different meaning, mostly connecting to indigenous and African sort of narratives. And we try to explain all the ways in which we operate, that is through teaching, through like all the places where we live around the world, willingly or unwillingly, to the origins, right? I come from extremely impoverished parts of Puerto Rico, and the history of my family in relationship to those places, to the origins of where we met. We met in 2008 during the financial crisis of Wall Street, which is a very interesting year to become an architect. Finish school, and again, we in the last 16 years we've been all around the world, kind of. I studied in Puerto Rico, Natalie studied in France, we met in Belgium, live in China for 7 years. These are some images of our apartment when we lived there, and it's like shows a bit the intensity in which we live, which there's no separation of like art and life. And we would do events in our apartment. Sometimes people thought it was we used to run a gallery, people would show up in our apartment. It's like, this is our apartment, but whatever, since you're here, welcome. And right here is the image with Blinky and Pasha. So we went from living in a city of 20 million people to waking up the next day in the middle of Wisconsin. As somebody mentioned Taliesin today, which was kind of funny to me. It was like, what? Taliesin. So our first experience in continental US was living in Taliesin, right? We came to teach in the Frank Lloyd Wright School of Architecture, right? And Frank Lloyd Wright built this school in the land of his aunties that used to have like a Montessori sort of school here in the rolling hills of Wisconsin. And it was a really shocking experience for many different reasons, other than this place is haunted by many ghosts, including the ghosts of toxic patriarchy. And it was a very challenging thing for us because we were thinking, how do we challenge this idea of the singular male genius that is gonna change the world with this architecture, right? Which is like, makes me want to throw up if I think about that. And how can we offer a different form of education in this space, right? It was a very hostile space at the beginning. Students wanted to kill us when we were trying to say, like, we're not gonna do like Frank Lloyd Wright. It's like, how dare you? At the end, it ended up being a really interesting exercise. One of the projects we made with our students, we kind of forced them to do it, was to make a magazine that couldn't be about Frank Lloyd Wright. And it almost cost our lives. And it's the only project that is still ongoing from the school, right? They got kicked out of Taliesin. They are in Arcosanti now. And the students are still running WASH. So in a way, at the end, we won. Haha. We were working with high schoolers in Arizona, right? Because they also have this indigenous land that Frank Lloyd Wright took to make Taliesin. And our students will do interesting projects there where they will question the material history of the place, the ecologies there, the narratives of history, materials. And this to show you that doesn't matter what you say about Taliesin, BBC is still going to make a documentary and title it Frank Lloyd Wright, the man who built America, right? It's not what I'm saying in the documentary. But there is this really emphasis on trying to create the idea of the genius that is going to transform the world.
And through also like a lot of different experience and the question of education, which was wonderfully also discussed before in the panel in a more critical way, is something also very early on that we wanted to do is also engage as much different publics and makers of cities and of worlds, right? World makers from very different backgrounds. So we did a lot of workshop with kids, which we love. We create books, children's stories. We also work with them on creating stories, installations, and it's also and again, as we're saying that one of our collective motto is, we are all students, like we are all teachers too. All students, all teachers, and for us, the kids always teach us a lot about, our current situations, how people live, how we can connect together, how can we build. This was one of the most fun projects we did. We had this huge installation with blocks, and we asked, we just let the kids build themselves, organize, and so on. And it was really inspiring to see them doing it.
And it's a kind of transformative project. So teaching for us is really important, but not only teaching in universities. Like this, for example, when we teach in university, this is one of the projects we did in 2020 when we were teaching Carnegie Mellon. And it was kind of interesting because the students were really taking the pulse of the time. This is before George Floyd. And just as COVID was starting, right, our students were already thinking about what does education for Black liberation looks like, or what is an education for protest look like? Like, how can you train people to learn how to protest in a certain space, right? Or what was the role of social media and surveillance, right, in technology? It's kind of weird to look at this now because it was really like a premonition of many things that were changing from that year, working with land issues or this. I love this project. One of our Chinese students is from the US, right, with Chinese heritage, making this basically monuments of the American dream, of the fallen American dream, as a New Yorker. Really interesting way to think about it. Or when we teach, for example, in Columbia, in New York, in the summers, we teach in the advanced architectural design program, and we mostly focus there studying the colonial footprint of institutions in New York, including Columbia University, which some of our students have studied, the colonial footprint of MoMA, of the Met, of Columbia, right? And I think everybody can see now with the police repression of the student encampments. It's quite brutal. I don't want to go again. It was a very strange thing to be there in the summer. And even now, one of our students that made this beautiful project that was studying he was tying the collection in the Met to stolen artifacts from Cambodia and how they were funding the genocide in Cambodia by the Khmer Rouge. And just as he made this fantastic video, and we have all these juries that work, funding museums and so on, 2 weeks later, the district attorney of Manhattan actually confiscated the artifacts. It was all true, right? And it really shows you he was rendering all the office spaces in the Met, more discrete spaces, not the ones we see, to show that that's where the actual violence takes place, right? That's where the contracts are signed. That's where the looting is documented. Really fantastic thing, but it shows you that education can be this sort of liberatory practice, or that's at least how we think of it, right? Media plays a really important role in everything we're doing.
I just also want to go back briefly on what we, like the few projects that we showed also that we are doing in studio, because I think also it ties to some questions that were raised during the panel discussion previously. It's like also how, you know, important it is not to always run away from architecture, because, you know, when we ask sometimes difficult questions, we would like to just disappear, right? Because, and again, it's like, you know, how also can we be ourselves critical of our own fields, limitations, but also what's interesting and what is also we learn a lot through the works of the students is how can we still, you know, place architecture and all the spaces that are linked to architecture to these very political and very critical questions.
Right, and we do this through different ways, and you've seen some already, like teaching is a really important one. It's kind of funny because all of our parents are teachers at different levels. So it makes sense that we're also teaching, right? It's something that is part of our upbringing, whether I was gonna be an architect or an engineer, but I'm here because of that elevator. Publishing is one of them, right? And it goes from publishing our first, you know, magazines that we used to self-publish to like books now that are done with commercial publishers, right? Where we are getting kind of like advance payments and all that stuff, right? And how are all these things connected, right? Like through editorial work. So everything always has this angle that tries to be critical, right? Way the WAI in our practice comes from what about it, right? That is always about asking questions, which was also the first magazines we published on our own, right? It started in 2011, all the way to 2016. And we don't, you know, even when we work with academic journals, which I truly hate, right? I think we try to force them to do what we wish they were, right? We edited an issue on reparations a couple of years ago with some really fantastic people. And probably, I don't know if you've ever seen this, maybe to some of the faculty, but there's not a single white page in this publication, right? They all have different shades of black, of skins of, this is not really written anywhere, but it's coming from different people that, like, you know, James Baldwin and stuff like that. So even the design was thought out, right, in a different way than other journals. And we could talk to really interesting people. I know that they're really good because most of them are banned in Florida, which is awesome. So like, we're talking to Kianga, she's banned in Florida. We're doing our the right job, right? We have an Informa journal coming soon with a really awesome set of contributions, you know, all the way from Palestine to Brazil, to, you know, Puerto Rican Black Panther in Buffalo. We just launched this week, actually, a loud reading series on eFlux. That is, I think, we're gonna take credit for this, in architectural discussions. It's centered in the Caribbean for the first time that I know of. Even in the Leslie Loco Biennale, there's no Caribbean representation, so that's always been kind of, although we receive 40% of enslaved Africans, when diasporic these conversations come about, the Caribbean doesn't exist in architecture, right? So we're trying to change that. I feel like the Caribbean relates to everybody, right? It relates here to San Diego, it relates to Tijuana, it relates to like Empire. We just published also this double issue of From Land Grab to Land Back, that is part of a series of publications we are producing, that is part of a series of conversations. You know, Juliana was a part of one of them. And there's you know, projects how this extend, you know, how we think about the Caribbean. And this is a theory you will see how we apply it in different things, is not as a place, but rather as a program, right? The plantation comes from there. If you are affected by colonialism somehow and white supremacy, you are related to the Caribbean somehow, right? And you know, we are in Iowa most of the year, where we teach in Iowa State. That is a land grab institution, which is here in the middle, right? Connected by the Mississippi and the Missouri River, which ends in the greater Caribbean region, right? The Gulf is part of the greater Caribbean region. And that's a way to think about the world in a different way, right? We're not necessarily in the periphery, but rather everything comes from us, right? All of our suffering, but also all of our resistance too, right? When we do Loud Readers, we try to be very planetary. So there's a bunch of maps here. These are all the participants in the last year. It's quite a lot, right? So we don't sleep that much. But we always try to continue asking these questions, right? Working with indigenous activists in the Great Plains, like now we're working with the Great Plains Action Society on questions of rematriation. Done a couple of exhibitions in Iowa State that bring these questions of land back, to the institution, which I think is kind of cool to do it in the belly of the beast. We're working right now with them. This project is not published or anything, but we're trying to get them an indigenous center of resilience, in Sioux City, where 78% of the indigenous people don't live in their reservations, but rather they're urban living with all the poverty and the challenges that it comes with that. So these projects, they take many different forms, right? We've been working with anti-racist activists in Puerto Rico, with indigenous activists, also in Puerto Rico, and this is almost like a new discourse we have, although we've been told that indigenous people were eradicated somehow, which is wild, because when we do DNA tests, it's obviously not true. And all these discourses are being brought up for the first time, right? So these are kind of like groundbreaking conversations taking place. We also did a couple of workshops in South Africa. As you can see, Emma was there active drawing her diagrams, and end up also in the publication, right? Mapping all these questions about land back. These conversations are quite traumatizing. I think every single time we've done them, people cry. Because it's serious, right? Like it involves, women getting kidnapped, and killed. And it involves people not knowing where they come from. It involves families being separated, Somebody was today was talking about the wall running through different parts. Sometimes the wall is running literally straight through you, right? Like through your personhood, through your being, right? And that's why I think of these monuments as being so violent in a way, right? We have done all this, this part of the exhibitions. We did a full week of events in Iowa State with, Dimas Ruggi from Palestine, from Marakiani, Olivieri, talking about, she's the only architect from Vieques. Vieques is an island in the archipelago of Puerto Rico that was bombed for over 70 years by the US military with thousands and thousands of bombs every day. This after having a history of violent plantations there. Everybody in that, although the US military says that there's no toxic contaminants, everybody has uranium in their blood, right? And like out of her class of like 120 people, like 10 have died of cancer in their early 30s, right? So like we're trying to like somehow use whatever tools we have so they can talk about this, this real material history that sometimes we completely ignore. When she came to our lecture, she showed her medical tests, right? This real stuff. And she's the only architect by training, right? It's really difficult to go from Vieques. Puerto Rico is like disenfranchised by the US. Vieques is disenfranchised by Puerto Rico, right? Like there's layers of privilege and oppression, right? That always are in play, right? So she writes about it in the journal. We have this again all these exhibitions that we do in the gallery there in Iowa State. I think they are quite, we have one right now that is a title of Ailton Krenak, that is a Brazilian indigenous philosopher. Ideas to postpone the end of the world, and we added the machines to it, and we running this show in the gallery also, right? And having a program around it is a continuation of those land back questions. Emma was like posing for us that day. It's a pretty cool series. There's like playground things, collaborators, friends, people that we studied their work, and we try to get all these things there. She's showing her tattoo, right? So they are quite mysterious and sci-fi shows. Relates to the first show we ever did, right? To us just out of school back in 2011.
And to kind of go back in the loop in how also we started, how we moved around, but also question of media, right? How we, from publication to workshop to exhibition, and to the title of our practice, how also it's a lot about, asking questions and trying also to find a collective with whom to ask those questions, right? And also acknowledging that, and again, like we, as a collective, we find, is waking up. we can find more power, right? And learning from also different places, different practices, and also I think what was very fundamental for us is having a collaboration with people from different fields that is not just architecture.
And so this is a picture of the first show we ever did. Nobody asked for it, right? 2011. This is for the students mostly, right? We were like writing and making things on our apartment, and we said like, we need to present this to the world, and then the world doesn't care who you are. They don't know who you are. It doesn't matter really. All right. So we went from doing these things, buy a couple of IKEA tables, get a gallery space somewhere, make some models home, show the things there. And you can see this collage in the back. I think like it will make a comeback many different times. You'll see, like after 2015, we got invited to do the first Chicago Biennale, where we have this wall of manifestos for the scale, which is kind of cool. We were in Beijing. We came, it's like this huge wall with the works there. To like being able to publish books that relate to those topics, like our book on narrative architecture that tries to address how representation can be used as a tool to subvert rather than to promote architecture, and how has been used in history to question it, right? And two more recent, contribution we did with the Platt Journal of Rice University, where they invited us to contribute to this issue on the divine, and we were like, do you know our work? Because the divine sounds kind of weird, but then we understood that they actually knew our work, right? And we end up doing this monument to the victims of capitalism as like a poem to this monument with a couple of images. And that collage that you saw, that we started in our apartment long time ago to try to study the history of cities and utopia, right? Good and bad, and form making, took different forms from that like handmade collage at home to like a show in Lisbon. I don't even remember the year of this, 2015 maybe, 2016, to like a larger version, this 2017, right? Now we're showing it in front of the things we're studying, which is interesting. Then in 2020, the date is wrong. This is actually not in Lisbon. It's in Nuremberg, in Germany. Much bigger version of it and updated, right, with some of those cities. So collage for us is a really important tool. And then after that, it's like, can it get bigger, the wall? Then we got another show invitation in the Centre Pompidou in Metz. And this one is the biggest wall, the biggest hanging wall in Europe, which is kind of funny. So it became even bigger. Even if the curator said, no, we're going to give you a smaller wall, after she came with this huge wall, made us make an even bigger file of this exhibition about utopia and science fiction, which is perfect for us, right? We could go there and study. It was a beautiful exhibition, very critical, right? Everything from Afrofuturism to fascism, right? And we have a chance to bring our students there to see it with us. Right, and then to this project that we're really happy that it exists, that is a Universal Principles of Architecture, is a book for the general public, which I think is the real value of it, where we can basically present to the general public not only questions about symmetry and order and all the things that we usually learn, but questions about futurism, questions about like queer cartographies, what are like liberatory spaces, feminist spaces, critical spatial practices regarding feminism, spaces for accessibility, what is a building construction moratorium, right? Or what is a post-colonial architecture, right? So we can make the images, write the text that introduces this to the general public. What is a abolitionist architecture, right? And try to make this like normal. Right? Like they're not really exceptional concepts, but rather things that we should be thinking about. So when you ask a kid, why would you like to be an architect? The answer is not always because I like science and math, but maybe because I like to disappear the prison system, because I hate the border wall, right? I think that those are really great ways to think about architecture. Relates to other publishing projects like Pure Hardcore Icons that we did, to study the role of form making and power in the history of architecture. We published this book in 2014, and we designed the book too, 2014, in London, and then it got translated a couple of years later in Beijing, and then relates to a couple of shows we did there in Beijing and in Berlin later, got translated into German and published by Arch Plus, in 2014. Some architects really dislike us because they were putting this issue under our theory, including Pier Vittorio Aureli, which is whatever, it's his problem, not ours. Did a couple of shows in Berlin based on that, and those magazines that we were doing at the beginning keep coming back somehow. Sometimes takes the shape of like playgrounds and pavilions, and it goes also into another part of our work that is about trying to find a non-colonial language that doesn't mean stuff, but rather understanding form and language as a human possibility and a human capacity. And probably if you see my arms, people sometimes ask me, it's like, if you've been to our lectures, maybe you wouldn't be asking me the question about why my arms look the way they do. So there are poems, right, on form making. So that's something also that I think like at some point it started as a parallel practice, but it's really central to what we do, right? That is trying to address and develop a vocabulary and a language that tries to question the history of language. Relates to, we did this big project for a museum in Moscow back in 2016. We were one of the finalists. We were the only non-famous studio to be there. We got flown to Moscow twice to this museum. We didn't win, but then we came back and we applied some of the theories of this to a gallery we founded in Beijing. That used to be anti-profit gallery and non-commercial gallery, where we will have artists from all around the world making exhibitions.
Perhaps like somehow, without knowing it, it was kind of a start of a Loud Readers, because for us, what was the most important at that moment was like to have a space again to come together, to be able to show many different works of different mediums, different artists, and trying to exchange around that topic. We organize always like trying to organize a lot of public events, loud readings from the artists, and engage as much discussion as possible.
And out of these programs, sometimes there's a building that comes. Is a project we're designing for a trans poet in Puerto Rico called Roque Raquel Salas Rivera, maybe one of our most important contemporary poets that is also a collaborator. And trying to work with one of the concepts from one of his books, designing this house in his ancestral home in Mayagüez. That is where many layers of his family comes from. Also where his family was exploited, in the sugar plantations there, and working, with tropical materials and so on, as well with some of the concepts like the tertiary that he writes about in his book. And then this is the second part of the presentation that is about the critique of post-colonial reason.
C'est pourquoi les analyses marxistes doivent être toujours légèrement distendues chaque fois qu'on déborde le problème colonial. Il n'y a pas jusqu'au concept de société précapitaliste, bien étudié par Marx, qui ne demanderait ici à être repensé.
And for the ones in Spanish, por eso que los análisis marxistas deben modificarse ligeramente siempre que se aborda el sistema colonial. And we started, for the ones that arrived late, you missed the fun part of Bad Bunny at the beginning. We write about Bad Bunny as an architectural theory too, and I'm glad that he's like reinforcing our belief in him since the beginning, now with what he's doing in Puerto Rico and so on. We wrote this article for the Avery a couple of years ago, before the New York Times did it actually. And we were talking about how this practice of radical loud reading in public, right, becomes a political act that connects to our colonial history, right, of the acts of resistance. Puerto Rico lost around 4,600 people in Hurricane Maria, which is a lot, right? It was all avoidable. It was mostly due to blackouts, water that was in bad state. And it really revealed the cruelty of coloniality, right, of empire, which relates, again, to Taliesin, to these histories of manifest destiny. I always imagine this image as the wall coming behind this woman, right, like flying over the landscape, bringing a school book, agriculture, and architecture with her, right, which is kind of ironic also because it's called Columbia, this woman, right, like the university in which we also work. And like the films, like we always like consuming propaganda from empire, right? I don't know if you knew that this woman was the same one as this one, but here we are, right? We're trying to find the connections between all these systems of oppression, right? From Palestine to Ferguson to the Zapatistas, right? That they're right now in their struggle against the Mexican state, to the indigenous people in the Lakota, right, in the Dakota Access Pipeline, understanding what is the role of architecture in all of these, right? And it doesn't matter the style at the end of the day. You can have neoclassical, fascist architecture, but also at the same time, these fascist manifestations take place anywhere, right? It can be also in a modernist background, as it happened recently with the Jair Bolsonaro protests. So why are architects always, or these architects always aligned with the systems of oppression, right? This is perhaps one of the dumbest books ever published in architecture, called Yes is More by B.R.K. Ingalls. And I mean, it's kind of wild when you see them working with people that will literally say that they'd rather see an extermination of indigenous people because they're standing in the middle of progress and development, right? Or when architects say such stupid things as proposing to cover the entire planet with an inhabitable biostructure. Isn't that what the planet already is? Which is like saying, I want to make a planet in the planet. Or the other one that calls it master planet. Somebody didn't send him the memo. Or people like Elon Musk that say that we will coup whoever we want, deal with it. When they talk about the extraction of lithium in Bolivia, understanding what is our role in this, right? When we have like sub-Saharan Africans protesting for better rights in France because they're building the headquarters of Le Monde, right? The architectural headquarters designed by Snøhetta. And until where our solidarities lie. Yeah, I want architects to have a better living wage. I would rather them not be building prisons while they're doing that, right? Or building border walls, right? So understanding that sometimes that's why we question history and time. Time is not linear and also doesn't necessarily move forward, right? Sometimes it feels like it's stuck. And we can see that in the things that are happening around us, right? Also understanding that we need if we have icons, we need other icons. And I used to say this when I was lecturing in Zoom, that I feel privileged to be lecturing behind a computer screen and not behind bulletproof glass, right? Which is the case sometimes where you are trying to deal with white supremacy. Again, I come from the world's oldest colony. This is an image of Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. And you can see the similarities now, right? With the death toll, the miscalculation, the complete lack of the complete neglect, right, towards life, and compare it. Look at Palestine, right? There's like medical journals that have estimated there are over 200,000 people dead there, right? It's just, and as we're speaking, they're still getting killed, right? Like children getting eviscerated. So what is the liberation then, right? I love this manifesto by the Feminist Collective in Construction in Puerto Rico on a t-shirt that says anti-patriarchal, feminist, lesbian, trans, Caribbean, Latin American, right? I think somewhere along those lines, liberation may lie, right? They're the ones that are doing all the anti-displacement protests. They're the ones organizing, right? In Puerto Rico, when we commission a lot of the essays for our land back journal, almost all Puerto Rican authors wrote about Palestine, right? They didn't write about Puerto Rico. They don't need to write about Puerto Rico, right? Like we know about Puerto Rico already. What they're trying to highlight is that these struggles are interconnected, right? Like there's no way where we can be free if not everybody is free, right? And they've been doing a lot of activism, right? Like against the violent state that murders women in Puerto Rico, but also in Palestine, against in Mexico, right? In Guatemala, in Brazil. So there's that, right? Learning about solidarity, learning from the people that are practicing it and teaching us, mostly not in architecture school, mostly anti-racist, indigenous, and black women, right? So how do we go about this? Then what are the architectures of undoing and unmaking, right? Not everything is about building something up, right? If that something up is toxic and it's killing you. So part of our practice consists on looking at those systems, right? Looking where does architecture lies. And sometimes you may find out that architecture is the enemy, right? And this is something that we have to be aware. We are all capable of horrible things. And if we're not conscious, we may be participating in these systems, right? So how do we think about them? How do we dismantle them? How do we render them visible? How do we undo them? How do we understand that it's inseparable ecological spoliation from white supremacy, from heteropatriarchy, from the violence of the state, from the pipelines, right? From the indigenous people being murdered and disappeared, but also with them bringing racist monuments down. What does that look like? What does that world beyond racist monuments look like? What are the real democratic acts of architecture where people come together to bring down monuments that were never democratically erected, right? So we invite people to look at these things, right? We do it through our own programming when we invite people to talk to us in different events. We try to do it in the streets. I've done it in the streets, right? I've been in the streets 2020 when we were talking about the role of architecture in these systems of oppression. We try to do it in the publications we do. And this you can download online for free. It's a manual of anti-racist architecture education. It's published in English and Spanish. Right now it's being translated to Portuguese. I wish I can call it Brazilian. And it has, tying all those problematic histories. Yes, we have to know about them, but we also should be able to criticize them, right? Why do I need a new European Bauhaus? Wasn't the old Bauhaus European enough? What are the roles of the Bauhaus as an education system that basically segregated men and women from their disciplines, right? Why do we learn from... Johannes Itten believed that the path to eternal living was racial purity. Therefore, he designed an exercise for the white man, how to make a perfect house for the white man. That's where the little cube we make in architecture school comes from, right? Which is very bizarre that we're still doing those exercises. How do we question the legacy of the singular male genius that is going to save us and replace it with other forms of education? How do we address that most of the things that I'm talking to you about today are banned in Iowa or in Texas or in Florida, right? I'm constantly fighting with the universities in which I work. Like literally, I had to call lawyers. I had to talk to people, civil rights lawyers. I had to call to activists because it's insane. Even if they tell you something, sometimes nobody's going to protect you, and the bus is going to run over you, right? So you have to really be educated about what are your rights and what rights you don't have, which are plenty, right? I always show this. This is the bill in Iowa that they passed, basically banning everything we teach about, right? But since it's inseparable from architecture, they cannot do much other than make our lives a living hell. We try to map all these systems, right, by reclaiming the tools of the oppressor. We had a very strange exchange with the Jenks Foundation where they commissioned us an essay, and they were not happy that we were calling Charles Jenks a racist in his texts because it was the daughter who was commissioning us. At the end, the essay became much longer because we were trying to prove the point, and we prove it, right? They were not happy, but they had to deal with it, right? I think like when we do that type of thing, then we realize that it has value what we're doing, right? Because the institutions are not very happy about it. This is the text. You can find it in the Jenks Foundation, right? And develop all these tools like diagrams that try to measure everything from our curriculum to the cost of studying architecture. Like, we should be talking about how expensive it is. Why is education so expensive, right? Mostly on stolen land. Comparing some of those toxic universities, their endowments with the whole GDPs of entire countries. That's also wild to look at, right? That's all in that manual that relates to all these questions, right? And then as we move now to the last project that we want to talk to you about, it's a big project that connects to the plantation in the Caribbean, right? Where we try to learn from these images of genocide where indigenous people are basically erased, right? To make these bucolic postcards to invite colonizers to settle and to transform nature, right? We want to imagine what other forms are out there. So we started making all these installations where we reinsert the militarized architectures in these landscapes to talk about those hidden histories. We founded a collective called Postnovis, I'm going to talk to you about in a second, and this practice of loud reading that was born in the tobacco factories at the beginning of the 20th century, where the former enslaved and low-wage workers who were denied any means of formal education would pick one of their own to read for them during the entire workday. At the beginning, the practice mostly done by men. They would loud read classics, but then later with people like Luisa Capetillo, a feminist syndico-anarchist, an utopian author, would not only loud read Karl Marx and Engels and Kropotkin and Bakunin, you know, bringing like anarchist and communist philosophy and socialist philosophy. She will also loud read her own utopian fictions where workers will rob banks and live happily ever after in the countryside, eating delicious vegetarian meals. So it was an invitation, right, to foster an anti-colonial, anti-capitalist imagination. In 2019, we co-founded with former students and some friends that are writers this collective called Post-Novis that comes from post-colonial novis. And we started making propaganda, right, trying to recruit people like you around the world to join some form of anti-colonial revolution, right? We will make all these posters. We will make installations where we loud read to the people, you know, feminist manifestos, anti-colonial manifestos. This is the first one we did in Omaha. Co-publish a book together with our students and with Luis Antonio Rosa, that is the director of ethnic studies in University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where we used to work. And then the practice will meet not in a cyclical time like colonial time, but rather in spiral time, right? So we meet in different places around the world. We will turn our lectures like this one in Carnegie Mellon in an installation like the one we have here, right? As part of that propaganda. We will make multidisciplinary installations where we will make collective plays, present them in digital platforms like this museum in Virginia. We will publish books with our students and with our collaborators, like this one called The Planetary Wretched, a post-colonial narrative architecture poetry book. And writers will be making architecture, and architects will be writing, and filmmakers will be making pictures, and nobody has a discipline, right? This is one of the cadaver skis we did with some of our collaborators. There's 10 members, including Emma is the youngest one. This is her piece. And with many students all around the world, again, like expanding these discourses in exhibitions, in Iowa State, or this one when we flooded a gallery in Vienna to make a tropical stage for the play. This is Magazine, that is a gallery of contemporary architecture in Vienna. And we had a room that was flooded for the play to take place, and then a room for distributing anti-colonial propaganda. And we will loud read here, you know, like Paulo Freire and Fanon and Capetillo, right? So people will come to this space, and it will be a library that we will install inside with all the propaganda on the walls, right? We're trying to make the revolution beautiful and seductive in the same way that the colonizers make propaganda, right? That's why the tropical fruits are always present, right? Has that origin in the plantations of the Caribbean. We found this even African mask in some of those markets that are in Europe. Kind of very bizarre stories I learned while going in them. Is Paulo Freire, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. So they're translated to different languages depending where we do these installations.
We also create like one part also of Post-Novis, and the idea also behind Light Reader is also creating an archive that can go to sharing bibliography, creating syllabus for some of our members, to also having this platform online that we started in 2019, and where we 2029, yeah, where we also have like a series of events. Sometimes it takes place in a week, and it's like also like with a series of workshops, discussions, but lectures, or sometimes also it's more spread out, but it's an ongoing project. And the idea also is to have all the time all the material accessible, also materials for workshops too that you can download.
In the same way that the workers took the space of capitalist exploitation, that was the factory of tobacco, we take our space of exploitation and propaganda, that is the university and its platforms, in this case Zoom, right? To basically subvert it and open it up, right? So when COVID hit, that the universities many times in a very cruel way send the students packing. You know, we were working in Carnegie Mellon back then, and a lot of students that were international students end up living in parts of Pittsburgh that they didn't even know about, right? Because the university has kept them secret from them. We wanted to offer a public platform of education, right? So we basically took the Zoom from the university, made them pay for it, buy us some microphones, and we started this public online school of architecture, right? Not based on like making ourselves more efficient, but rather to question what we were doing, right?
And there's a component also, like going back to the inspiration of Luisa Capetillo. What was interesting is like beyond also being lectores, she was organizing so much a workshop with the workers of the factory. They were collectively producing plays, writing, and so on. So also how when we describe loud reading, so loud reading also has like so many different components of it, which include also like, as we were saying, like extending the collective, making together, which is very important for us.
Right, so at the end, the readings, the workshops that are offered are creating a curriculum and a syllabi that is not based on questioning or like subverting Eurocentric canon, but rather creating what we need to know in order to address the questions we find urgent, right? And I think like talking about Tijuanan artists, philosophers, right? Sayak Valencia from Tijuana that writes about the border is a really central philosopher to the things we're doing, right? Or Roque de Raquel Salas Rivera, Angela Davis, Achille Bembe, again, relates to this series of loud readers. And then an invitation for you to join us, right? We launched last year with the support of a couple of foundations, including the Mellon Foundation, REACT Institute. We launched the first in-person iteration of the Loud Readers Trade School, in which we call it Escuela Vocacional, no? We try to treat architecture not as a discipline for the few elites, right? But something that is, we all always living in architecture, but somehow there's only a few of us that can think about it, right? So we wanted to make it into a vocational school, a trade school, and we launched the first iteration of the in-person school. Is free to attend, right? And we with the funding we get, we design all these furnitures that are going to transform a space into a workshop, and then pay fellowships to speakers and philosophers and writers and architects and planners from all the broader regions that relate to the questions we're asking, bring them to Puerto Rico. And like Loud Readers is Afro and gay and queer and lesbian and transfeminist and diasporic and Caribbean and Latin American and anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, anti-patriarchal, collective, emancipatory, anti-ableist, solidary, and right, we make all these maps, invite in the first iteration all the speakers. Comunal, that comes from here, from Mexico. Mariana Ordóñez Grajales is from Chetumal, which is also in the Caribbean, right? Alice Grandroy, that is from Haiti. Island City Lab from Jamaica. Jason Fitzroy Jeffers is an amazing filmmaker from Barbados. And we designed with our collective Post Novis all this furniture, right, that we have, and we're gonna use to install these classrooms. And it's, a library for emancipation, a workshop, a tribune, a display, a table, a composition, a playground, a screen, a seat, and transform the gallery of the architecture school that usually has been historically un espacio excluyente, no, an exclusive space, turn it into an open garden, right, where we can share all these emancipatory imaginaries, right? Here, the tropical plants make sense, right, because we are in the tropics. But there's still a subversion of the institution, right? We map where we all come from, and then we go, it was the 10-day workshop. So for 10 days, we have like 3 or 4 events per day. It was very exhausting. And it was maybe the most transformative experience for, I think, all of us that were there. There were a Guyanese student that came from Paris, a Bolivian student that flew from Canada. There were people that came that are agroecologists, agroecological activists from Puerto Rico were there. It was a really diverse crowd across ages and groups and languages, right, spoken and understood. And we had this 10-day amazing workshops, on like patriarchal violences in the body and the land, on exercises of translation with translators and poets, questions about philosophies of liberation, histories of colonialism in different contexts, I love this quote, with Isabelle Jolicoeur, that is from Haiti, when she talks about like being an architect in Haiti means taking place in foreign-dominated decision-making spaces. It means grabbing a seat at the table where you are often not invited, even though you are the main subject of the conversation, right? Everybody's always talking about Haiti. Haitians are almost never involved, right? So these are some of the images of those workshops. Sometimes they took place in the classroom. Sometimes we went to the museum to watch film curated by Jason Fitzroy. Or we did this, maybe for me personally, the most transforming exercise I did coming from Puerto Rico. I grew up like 10 minutes from the beach. Was going underwater with Nadia Huggins, that is a artist based. She's the daughter of an architect by coincidence, born in Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, and she's been documenting life underwater in the Caribbean, right? Especially in Saint Vincent. For me to be able to see live, and as she rightfully claims, you know, the most indigenous landscapes of the Caribbean are underwater, are the ones that have changed the less in the last 500 years, but they're still being affected by climate change, right? So we could go underwater with these waterproof cameras we bought for everybody and get underwater to document it. I saw life there actually for the first time. I've seen fish, but I've never seen the diversity of life just 3 steps away from the shore, right? That we don't even think about when we take decisions. We had workshops on like queer monuments. Here's Emma with her monument. Workshops on bomba. That is our African indigenous music, right? Especially most of the narratives of liberation happen through music with bomba. Right, again, across ages, you know, like there were kids and children doing the workshops. It was really like beautiful example of what education could be, right? I always wonder, there's no reason why children are not learning about architecture and what it could be, right? We and the penultimate day we went to La Impresora, that is to the west coast of Puerto Rico, northwest coast of Puerto Rico, to do a workshop with independent press run by 2 women, feminist women, that run this amazing independent press with a risograph printers. So we did a risograph workshop of all the things we developed through the 10 days. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Of course, what can I say? It's amazing what all the series of bombardment of all the different perspectives and ways to think about and reflect what we're doing, right? I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to take over and kind of just ask me the question, and I know the time is limited, so I want to open it to the public to have questions. I have several, but I will hold myself. So anybody who wants to have questions, please do.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Soy estudiante de arquitectura en Ibero-Tijuana. Es una pregunta respecto a la conferencia pasada, pero tiene mucho que ver con lo que vimos ahorita. Cuando mencionabas que por qué decimos que Tijuana tiene 130 años o que es muy joven, yo como tijuanense, pues lo que veo es que en sí creo que Tijuana ni siquiera tiene esa edad. Creo que fue algo más conveniencia histórica porque se supone que hace 130 años los hermanos Argüello, que son como los fundadores, entre comillas, de Tijuana, se repartieron las tierras mediante un documento. Entonces por eso se dice que tiene 130 años, pero pues hay como no mucha claridad al respecto. Mi pregunta es, pues nos han enseñado como tijuanenses, pues que sí, que tenemos 130 años y de ahí para atrás no se sabe mucho, ni siquiera se sabe de dónde viene la palabra Tijuana, se cree que es por la tía Juana o por una palabra en Kumiai, creo. Mi pregunta es, ¿qué nos recomendarías con toda esta experiencia que ya tienen en estos ámbitos como tijuanenses para, pues, como envolvernos un poquito más en nuestra historia y a lo mejor quitarnos un poco esa idea de que somos una ciudad joven? Porque es cierto, o sea, no somos una ciudad joven, a lo mejor desde la visión urbanista o desde cierta perspectiva, a lo mejor como concepto de ciudad, pues sí lo somos, pero como población o como área geográfica con gente ahí, pues ya viene detrás, ¿no? Tal vez sea porque hay muchos migrantes y por ahí se dice que como no hay una identidad tijuanense porque nadie es de Tijuana nativamente, a lo mejor por eso, pero como migrantes o como personas que nuestros padres o abuelos llegaron a Tijuana, ¿qué nos recomiendas como para tratar de indagar un poquito más y no sé, abrazar un poquito esa cultura tijuanense que va más allá de los 130 años?
Claro, claro. No, esta es súper fantástica pregunta y yo creo que voy a hacer referencia a una amiga palestina que se llama Dimas Ruji. Ella trabaja en los museos que desaparecen su historia, ¿no? Like she works in the museums that disappear her history. She's a Palestinian friend. There's an amazing designer, architect too. Y ella dice que su rol dentro de la institución no es hacerla más clara ni que se explique mejor, sino confundirla. Y a mí, yo invitaría a la confusión, invitaría a los discursos no oficiales. I will invite people to, rather than trying to make the job of the state easier and making these very straightforward narratives about history, you complicate it. You try to confuse it. Tratar de encontrar cuáles son las cosas que no hacen sentido y exacerbarlas. Tratar de ver qué las historias orales son tan importantes, porque muchas veces, casi siempre van en contra de la versión oficial del Estado, ¿no? El Estado dice, no, pues en el 130 aquí empieza todo, liberación siempre es una liberación súper hispanofílica, ¿no? Hasta Emiliano Zapata, ¿no? Que muy macharrán, todas las estatuas en caballos, ¿no? Siempre es una historia bien narrada desde la perspectiva de los hombres, ¿no? De la liberación y qué sé yo. That's not real, ¿no? So, I will say, speaking, accounting for non-written histories, right? Necesitamos desarrollar una métrica o métricas que nos alejen de la oficialidad colonial, ¿no? Que es lo que no eres sujeto histórico si no estás aprobado por esas métricas, ¿no? Y tenemos que cuestionarnos, ¿no? Inclusive los centros que son mayormente responsables de esas historias son los museos, las universidades, ¿no? Que te enseñan la historia, casi siempre una historia quote unquote occidental, ¿no? ¿Qué historias hay ahí? ¿Qué grupos originarios habían en la región, por ejemplo? ¿Saben quiénes estaban ahí? Hay varios, ¿no? Casi nunca solo uno, ¿no? Hay varias historias que se entrelazan, ¿no? ¿Dónde están sus narrativas? ¿Hay espacio en la versión oficial para esas narrativas? ¿Hay espacios para versiones contradictorias? ¿Y qué herramientas tenemos para permitir esas contradicciones, ¿no? Los libros oficiales no son el espacio necesario para eso. Quizás hay, for us, you know, like haciendo collages, haciendo narrativas, escribiendo poesía, hablando con historiadores orales, hablando con la gente que existe, ¿no? Con los descendientes de esos grupos que han sido totalmente marginalizados y erradicados, ¿no? de las versiones oficiales del Estado. ¿Cómo podemos entablar conversaciones sobre la historia y el tiempo, ¿no? Cuando la historia y el tiempo es el vehículo que se utiliza para desaparecerlos, ¿no? Y creo que es una oportunidad más para ser creativo, ¿no? No sé qué fórmula haces, pero no puede ser la que está ahí. Vas a tener que como conversar y tratar de fabricar metodologías, ¿no? Que nos permitan explorar esas vertientes, y cuando no aparezca, pues nos las inventamos. The official history is always invented.
I mean, history is always subjective.
Right? We started with history doesn't exist. History is a fabrication.
Because, yeah, exactly, like who is writing history? What do we have access of? The archive of history was an archive. I think also, like, that's why we are so critical about the idea of archive, and that's why it's so important, as Cruz just mentioned, also to try to find your own ways to create a counter archive, right? And this one could have as like different methodologies, ideas of living platform, living spaces for the one who can tell the story, not the one that historically always tells the story from above, right, or from another perspective, and have access to a lot of, as we're saying, that's why also like in our work publishing or all these different medias are very important, because they leave, the idea is like they leave traces, right? We want to offer the context history, right? The one that we want to hear or share or collect.
La contrahistoria de Tijuana. That sounds like a great book already. Somebody has their hand raised here somewhere.
Hola, gracias por su lectura. Mi nombre es María y pienso sobre los animales en referencia de arquitectura. Entonces, algunas relativas no pueden hablar por su propio y pueden decir sobre integrating animals. And I know you talk a lot about tropical plants, but I feel like, and I really enjoyed the graphic of the mask that you show?
That's the next level. So first of all, I will say, primero diría que animales somos, ¿no? No creo que, no pienso de otras especies separados de nosotros, but we've been working a lot with, hemos estado trabajando recientemente mucho con activistas nativoamericanos en la región de los Great Plains, y hablan mucho de Rise of Nature y de relaciones entre parientes. Y creo que nos hace falta, and this for me, I am an alienated person from myself. I don't know where I come from. I have very little, that's why I got underwater for the first time at 40 years old, and I cry because I see fish and living things, even if I grew up in front of it, right? That's a very designed thing for us. I feel like many of us feel that way. If you leave me in a forest, I'll die like in 15 minutes because I don't know how to survive, right? I will say that there needs to be a conscious exercise on our behalf, right? That we're working on it, of course, to reconsider our ontologies, how we understand the world and our relationship to it. I think like that sort of separation of nature and human is a very Eurocentric, colonial approach to nature. And yes, I went to Egan Felicia, that is a Muskogee eco village in Alabama, and it transformed my life because I saw what land back by the force and as a practice of culture and language looks like. And there are relatives, right? And they had reintroduced the bison, the buffalo. They have reintroduced the sturgeon. I touched a sturgeon. Sturgeon has no scales. They're like before fish has scales, right? These fish have been here for so long, they don't have scales. I touched it. And el líder de científico que está allí, que es un activista Muskogee, no permite que hablen inglés frente al sturgeon, right? Nobody was allowed to speak English in front of the sturgeon. Solamente puedes hablar español or whatever other language, but not that particular language, right? And it made me also think about that relationship. Like I felt sad in a way that I didn't have any. Like I only have pets, right? And I feel like they're family, but I don't know them that well, right? So I don't know my family that well. And I think that we are now maybe in a stage of our life where we are reconsidering a bunch of things, and especially working with indigenous activists, like trabajando con activistas indígenas, nos está haciendo que reconsideremos muchas cosas en nuestras relaciones, ¿no? And these things are happening, maybe we talk about it in the classroom, but they're actually happening in life, right? Trying to think how we can, yesterday a friend of mine, Luis Otoniel, that is one of our collaborators, one of the co-founders of Loud Readers and Post Novis, he called me to tell me that his brother-in-law he left me this really long message, basically. They have purchased a bunch of acres in Puerto Rico, and they are making this based on the Zapatista model. They're making some policies, right? And trying to think about land stewardship. And they're gonna have land that they're gonna only a certain percentage, very low, it can be used for production. Everything else is gonna be to rewilding it somehow. And it makes me it's very hopeful. Me da esperanza, but also for me, it's like a very daunting thing. Like we are being confronted with ourselves, right? I think we are in a moment in history. I showed one of the Puerto Rican indigenous activists we invited, Pluma. We invited her to the university. It was the first time in the history of the university. I think the university is around 130 years old. It's not as old as the ones in Mexico, for example, right? That an indigenous activist is invited to the university. So imagine this, right? We have been denied of our own condition, right? So I think there's a lot of transformation taking place, but it's a process that is quite traumatizing, right? Because then you see some of your relatives, they're doing it, and then you're like, but why can't I do this? Is the right platform to be in the classroom in architecture school? Maybe not, right? So hopefully animals are being parts. We write about it a bit in this book, in a way. But yeah, like we're thinking about it, but mostly seeing how people are doing it. Reintroducing, I think the introduction of the buffalo, reintroduction of the red wolf, that sturgeon thing, and we're learning, the good thing about being teachers is that our students are always doing research. No. ¿En dónde? And they're working with the herons. Yes. Yes. Con las ramas. Ramas. Oh.
Movement around protecting the herring from the commercial fishing, which takes the females out of the water, slits open their bellies.
Yeah.
The row.
Yeah, capitalism is not a very beautiful thing, I have to say. But yeah.
And also gardens for something that is I'm really passionate about and wanting to bring to this region is jardines de
Clams? Almejas.
Yeah, and they have a process where designing the slope of the beach, and obviously it can be dangerous depending on the water, but it also helps to clean the water.
I think like something that very, very important about when we think about animals too is always think about the people that are actually the stewards of the animals, because sometimes what happens too is that there's a separation between the practice and the people, right? And everything can be turned into a commodity. And I would say like maybe that's the thing that we try to be more careful, is that every time that we're thinking about something, it's like, who's actually doing this? And can we leave space for that to happen with the actual people, right? Which is always that relationship, right? That there's no them and us, but rather all together. But this sounds really awesome. Thank you. Yes.
Nos gustaría saber qué fue lo que los empujó o influyó en ustedes para unir pues la arquitectura y el diseño con estos temas sociales o humanistas.
What motivated us to like work with like
First, I didn't say that, but I want to apologize because I do understand Spanish, but my Spanish is not as
okay.
good.
It's better than my French.
So I would love, I hope I can one day reply in better Spanish. But I think it was for both of us, that was something that was there from very young. Like I feel like it's like, like we were saying anger early on, but I think it is like something, that makes you feel uncomfortable with how you see society going around you. And I think because we had this and both growing up, and I think that's also what made our practice in a way. Because when we were just out of school and we started to be in those bubbles, right, that were trying to see architecture as being apolitical, which is a total fiction, right? Because nothing is apolitical. So I think that also like motivated us a lot in the different works that we do. And I think like also, as we were saying, like, so meeting other people, and art of architecture for us was like also very inspirational. Meeting activists, meeting people that live this every day, that are outside, not just in a classroom, right? As we're saying, also like being more critical about how we think about the education around architecture and so on.
And to be honest, also it took a couple of moments where there's a struggle. Like we were really political. I was really political. I was raised for a dad that made me really conscious about like racial struggle, class struggle when I was little, right? So I have T-shirts when I was a kid, of the Black Panthers and Malcolm X, right? So I knew who they were since I was very small, and you live through racism in Puerto Rico, so it's not really like shocking or a surprise, but it prepares you. I think I was very politically engaged when I was in school. Then I got in there because the elevator story I told, my architectural education is different than all my classmates, because I entered in an odd year. I had a program specially made for me because I was in the track team. I cannot take studio the first year, so I took a lot of my classes were outside of architecture school. It took me a couple of years in architecture school to find myself, so I got lost, right? they're talking to me about Le Corbusier and all these like white dudes that I have nothing in common with, that I will never do what they do because the conditions are so completely different and kind of irrelevant in a way that it shocked me and it alienated me from it, right? Like I felt like I like drawing, but I don't see what purpose does this has to do with I grew up. That's why I didn't know an architect growing up, right? And it was not until I started taking Spanish classes with writers that were, I would ask them, what happened in the 60s? And they would explain to me in depth across, you know, from the protests of the students in Mexico to Paris to the Black Panthers, right? That I would be like, I like to do this in the thing that I'm doing, right? And then I could put them together, right? And, you know, later, fourth year, fifth year, my thesis, you know, fall into that, right? And start to understand that you have a political agency, understanding that maybe my classmates in architecture are the traitors when the humanities students and the sociales students are protesting against the police and against privatization, but the architects always just want to graduate and get a job. And I was like, I don't align with this. I align with the humanities ones. They call them los pelus revoltosos, right? Like, because they have like a lot of hair and they're always making protests, right? And I'm like, yeah, I love that. You know, I identify much more with them than with like our wealthier kids that want to get a job, right? And then there was a third shock going into work, right? We were working and it's like, I hate this. I completely despise, first of all, we're getting extracted and exploited. And then I have no relationship to this system of extraction. I want nothing to do with it in a way, right? So while we were working, we were running our parallel practice of trying to ask questions, you know, trying to find a meaning in what we're doing, because otherwise it's quite sad, you know, that you're like, you hate something so much, but then you're doing that exactly, right? So there is the political you, right? But then you need to figure out a way how to make that space within a profession that has historically been a tool of oppression, right? I think like that maybe summarizes some moments about that. Does it help? Okay.
Kind of. I think we have some other questions or somebody?
So thank you so much for the presentation. Muchas gracias por la presentación. So thinking about using the institutions as a way to create change and using and finding your space in these systems of oppression, pensando cómo utilizar las instituciones y cómo crear cambio dentro de esas instituciones opresivas. In 2016, I interpreted for the Popular Education Project with Claudia de la Cruz, which is currently running for the Party for Socialism and Liberation. En el 2016 interpreté para un proyecto de educación popular con Claudia de la Cruz, que estaban hablando de temas de liberación. They were talking about themes of liberation. And I hear we're 2 weeks away from the election, and I hear this rhetoric of, obviously Trump is an asshole, piece of shit. Obviamente Trump es una persona horrible, pero también no me siento como con conciencia limpia votando por Kamala Harris, porque actualmente ahorita están bombardeando Palestina y hay muchas cosas que no estoy de acuerdo. So currently, we hear this dynamic of, Kamala Harris is supporting, Israel and is currently bombing. But then we also know Trump is set to do horrible things. También escuchamos que Trump va a hacer cosas terribles. So how do you feel about this thing? Because I feel this thing like Claudia de la Cruz aligns with, what I believe in. Claudia de la Cruz se alinea con lo que yo creo, but then I'm terrified of Trump getting in power, pero también tengo terror de que Trump entre en poder. Entonces, he estado con esta dinámica que no sé qué hacer so I'm with this dynamic of I don't know what to do, also recognizing that Puerto Ricans can't vote, también reconociendo el hecho que los puertorriqueños no pueden votar. Entonces, entiendo que tengo privilegio de votar. I understand I have privilege to vote. So this has just been on my mind, and I feel like I have to share it. estaba en mi mente, quiero compartirlo. Gracias.
Yeah, this is awesome, and it's not out of context, right? Because I actually have students that ask me the same question, which is also interesting. And I think what you say, like, if you live in Puerto Rico, you cannot vote, right? So when I say that we're the oldest colony, I mean it in a full, complete way, right? Like, I understand on democratic processes, right? I understand the gaslighting that goes with it. I understand when you say working with institutions, I'm literally like fighting with my own institutions, right? In many different ways, and I will say, so there's two things that I had to like explain. First, I don't think that U.S. is a country. I think it's a settler colonial state with many different nations inside, and the Meskwaki are there, and there's like black people, and there's Latino people, and people are oppressed at different stages, right? With this settler colonial military state, right? That their business is to spread death around the world, right? And they're very good at that, right? I think that's the only thing that the U.S. is actually leading is in death, right? The other one, I don't believe that a system of democracy that comes from owning slaves, right? The Electoral College was designed to give representation to people that own other people, right? When people have property, they made an Electoral College to say, like, I own all these slaves, but they shouldn't vote, but you have to count them, right? That's a representation democratic, right? That's the Electoral College. I don't believe these things are working in our favor, right? So I will, as a conscious thing, you do what your consciousness tell you, and also we need to work towards, if we want a democracy, we need to work towards having a democracy, because we never had one, right? Like, you cannot have a democracy based on slavery. I don't know if you know this, but slavery is still legal in the U.S., right? The 13th Amendment made an exception with the prison system, and we are in California, right? That employs a ridiculous amount of prisoners to produce stuff for like 75 cents an hour, right? So I don't believe that's a democratic system, but we have to make, whatever choices we make for whatever momentary conveniences are, but the system has to come down, whatever that happens in between is not the way to go. So you're in a blue state, you shouldn't worry too much. Just vote whoever you want.
Okay. Well, I think we are at the end of the talk. One more. I think we are. Sorry, we are. Yeah, you have to make it super short. We have to make it super short. Yeah, because we're already at the limit. Sorry, we have time constraints in that thing. So I think you can have a conversation afterwards. Okay. So thank you so much. I just want to kind of close in the remarks and saying it was a 2-day event, right? I know a lot of you stuck out to the whole marathon of conversations, and I really appreciate all the effort that you did in work in the thing. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for coming.
If you want any question you want now, we'll be here. So. I mean, in front of the building, because probably we're gonna get kicked out of the building. You want to stand here next to Natalie? So we have you. Yeah.
So much for.
No sé, vamos allá al frente ahora a hablar con los.
Hi, can we do a final picture over here, like with the whole people that are still here? Thank you. I'm sorry. It's for the evidences. Where?
Photo.
Ya, cansado, ¿eh?
Yo voto por Jill Stein. Por Jill Stein.
Yes. Véngase. Come on, quick, because we need to move on. Órale, rápido, viene. 1, sí. 3, 2, 1, 0.